Today we are to finish 4 topics.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Finish 4 topics, which will be STP, brand equity, services, and distribution, channels and distribution. So these are the 4 topics. At the end of the class, maybe 15 minutes or half an hour before, I intend to discuss a little bit about the possible questions, similar questions, but not same questions, similar questions that we will do towards the end. And next Saturday, you will do your presentations. All of you or most of you have shared the presentation, the brand that you're doing the marketing plan for. So that's okay. We haven't still discussed the brand that you're going to take for marketing myopia. Shall we do that now? A quick round, since we have 22 people. Tell me what is the brand and why you selected that brand, and then how you're going to plan, you're going to add value based on marketing myopia. I hope all of you have read the HBR article. It's already uploaded in the portal. Shall we have a quick round? Sudesh will spotlight you, and then if you can quickly tell your name, then Sudesh will identify and spotlight, and then we'll quickly go around the market and myopia brand. Right? Shall we start? Right, Sudesh. Yeah, somebody spotlighted. So shall we start from you? Your mic is mute.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, can hear now.
Yes, I'm going to talk about that the one of the topic that we discussed during our last session, not with you, sir. Before that, that was about Blockbuster's video business. That is regarding that one, and they have started video business in about they have gone through all over the world, but with that marketing myopia effect, they have lost their business. Now the Netflix has taken it over. So I'm going to talk about that, sir.
That's a very good one. I think it's a very, very timely one also. Very good.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate, sir, your comments.
Right, quickly. Let's do this very fast. Otherwise, we won't have time to do 4 topics. Right, start, Sudesh. You spotlight next. Shall we select and spotlight? Otherwise, this is going to take a long time if you are going to take time. Right, yeah. Can you start?
Hello, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Hello, I'm Sandamali here. I chose the BlackBerry mobile phone, sir. That was considered as a golden standard among the business professionals previously, but it was seriously hit by Nokia and Apple mobile phones. So which had a huge market share previously, but now it's not some famous brand among the world and also the Sri Lanka as well. So I think that will be good.
Okay, very good. Next.
Good morning, sir. I'm Sajid. Good morning, sir. I'm Sajid here.
Hi, Sajid.
Good, sir. I selected Nokia brand because earlier, in fact, they are like market leaders on mobile phones. After that, they lost their market because of Samsung, Apple, and other mobile. So those days, actually, that was the very famous brand in the mobile industry. But since with the myopia, they lost this markets. That's why I just selected Nokia.
Very good.
Good morning, sir. This is Dilum from Melbourne, sir.
Hi Dilum, how are you?
Hello, hello. Good morning. Sir, it's all right. You need to advise me. I selected one of our own local brand, Meliband. We had this Zeller's chocolate brand
Yeah, chocolates,
sometime back.
sellers. We used to
Zeller.
go and eat in Bambalapitiya those days. Remember that sellers little outlet
Zeller's
there?
showroom, yes. Long. That was my small days, I suppose. I
Yeah,
can't.
I have seen you with many girls there.
So, actually, the brand it was an incorporated company, and we were the leading that time. These about
Yeah,
30 years ago.
Candos and sellers, no?
Sorry, sir.
It was Candos and sellers who were leading the chocolate market. It's
Yes,
very never
yes,
heard of.
yeah. Which sellers were never heard of? Yeah. So due to various, because of the marketing, there were no strategy in terms of marketing, and also the product related distribution issues. Uh, that made the entire company get into a whole lot of bankruptcy issues. So now we are trying to revamp the whole thing.
Good, good, good.
The coated chocolates to slabs and all that. So I thought that select me own brand. And what do you think about,
Yeah, I
sir?
think it's a very good idea. Um, but only thing you have to see, Dilum, whether Zellers died because of a marketing issue or whether because of, sometimes in these companies, there are a lot of malpractices and people steal money and all those things.
Yeah,
If that is the reason, then you leave that part out. Take
yeah,
only the marketing
marketing.
part
Yes,
and talk about it. Don't
yeah,
don't don't bring the other parts like
correct.
misappropriation of funds and all that.
Yeah, tell you honestly, I think there were some issues like that also.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, and more weightage should be, I think, on the marketing side, as you said.
Marketing part, yeah. I
Yeah,
think improper marketing, no focus on the customers,
customer.
product did not stand up for the proposition, that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Don't focus a lot on internal misappropriations and all.
Issue, right? Yeah. And there's always there lack of investment into the marketing.
That's
All
right.
right.
So those can be brought in where brand was not supported,
Yeah.
brand support was cut, lot of quality issues, all those things.
Yeah.
Inwardly
And the
focused.
distribution. Huh? So, yeah.
Yeah, good, Dilum.
Thank you,
That's a
sir.
good topic. Really look forward for that.
Right. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Can I go next? I'm Shandan.
Ajahn,
Okay.
please.
Ocean.
Uh,
Oshan? Oshan?
Oshan is in video. Oshan, do you want to go?
Can I start? Yeah.
Yeah, you proceed.
Thanks. Morning, sir. I'm Ushan. I planned on doing Majestic City. So what I felt was they were the preferred and the go-to mall 10 years back, where it's not the case right now. So just trying to see how we can revamp and get them up
That's a
to
very,
the,
very good one. Very good one, Oshan. I think they
yeah,
have got the segmentation wrong. They're
correct.
not attracting the right segments, very inwardly focused. I think it's a very good one.
Right. Thank you.
Some very exciting brands, right? Okay.
Good morning, sir. I'm Shandan.
Chandana, hi, we can see you.
So I thought of writing about this traditional BPO industry. Initially focused on data entry solutions, but now it is that traditional BPO industry is dead actually because of RPAs, AIs, and different business solutions. So even in Sri Lanka, what I thought was there are companies like Informate, then Vishwa BPO, even Brandix. They were trying to get into this market with a very narrow product definition, and they have not grown. I think some of the BPOs, even in Brandix, Mercury Asia, 15 years ago, you need to set up, but it has been now transferred to Accenture. So that was what I thought was, it's mainly because Sri Lankan BPO companies, they had a very narrow definition of the product, and they have not gone with the new technologies. So if you take the other companies like global companies like Accenture, then IBM, Infosys, Wipro, they have grown into 3,000 employees to 500,000 employees now. So is it okay if I take an industry like
very
that?
good idea. But take a brand, take Accenture or take not Accenture, maybe take one brand and talk about it. Otherwise, you will be focused on the industry. Would you
Yeah.
like to take one brand, one company which was doing very well in BPO, but did not focus on growing, maybe Brandix i3 or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, I can take actually Brandix Maker Asia also, because that was set up in 2007. But finally the entire company was transferred to Accenture.
Yeah, something like that. That's a good idea.
Okay, thanks.
Morning, sir. Hello, good morning,
Yeah.
sir. My name is Niroshan. Unfortunately, I can't on the camera because I have not brought the external camera. I have been logging from office.
No problem.
So my topic is going to be I'm going to talk about the Nishan leaf, which is failed in Sri Lanka. And I thought you have that situation. And I'm also using this car for the past 3 years. It's a good car. And how to market this car. That's what my plan is.
Good.
Good.
That's
Okay,
very
sir.
good.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
I am Ajit here.
Hi, Ajit.
Yeah, I intend to carry out this assignment on the Celltel brand, sir.
I can't see
Celltel.
you, Ajit.
Celltel brand.
Yeah, very good.
Sir, because today is a dead brand. Celltel is a dead brand today.
Very
They were
good.
the pioneer in introducing the mobile telecommunication industry to Sri Lanka, but later Dialog and Mobitel captured the market.
Okay.
So can
So
I?
that's good. Celltel is a good example of marketing, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. I'm Pradeep here.
Hi, Pradeep.
So I'm going to select Satosa since Satosa has confined themselves only into low-cost groceries where they have forgotten all customer experience, the customer other requirements, where other supermarkets are going for other household items, maybe clothing, furniture, everything. So how is that, sir?
Very good. I think Satosa has not yet died, Pradeep, but it's in the process of getting impacted big time.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
The expansion of all the other supermarkets. But I think it's a very good brand to take. Marketing myopia, the full effect of it is not yet felt, but it will be felt if they don't change. If you remember, Pradeep, about 3-4 years ago, there was an attempt to reposition Satosa and really focus on the government servants and the farmers and so on. But I think they have lost that also now.
Yes, sir. Yes, I can remember when Ravi Karnayaka's period.
Yeah. Now that is also lost. So you may want to visit that and propose what's the positioning in the market because for that segment, if you look at all the supermarkets, they are all fighting at the top.
Yes.
There's no supermarket targeting the government servants, the farmers, the working class.
Correct.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
So Satosa's opportunity is still there. I don't know why they are not exploiting it. Okay, good.
Yes,
good.
sir,
Very
yes.
good.
Sir, just for my information.
Sorry,
Just,
say it again.
Yeah, this just for my information. I mean, to talk about marketing myopia, should we always select a dead brand?
No,
or
you don't have
decline?
to. You don't have to. Sometimes people have selected a brand that almost died and come back.
Right.
Our good friend is there from Melbourne. You know,
Yes.
Melbourne went through marketing myopia at some point of time. They were almost going to die. But now with Dilum and Ravi and everybody coming, they have resurrected the whole brand and now they are doing very well.
Yeah,
So,
I can remember, sir. I can remember. I mean, Melbourne in one time, they have a market share of about 70%, which was dropped up to 15 when Munchie came into the picture.
Exactly.
I can remember those figures, sir. Sorry, Dilum. I'm not trying to let down you, but
Dilum,
that's what happened.
what he's saying is, it's you guys have done a great job of bringing it back. So it's now on the up, but there was a time it was declining and Munchie was hammering left, right, and center. And now Munchie is scared that because you're gaining your share back.
True. Very true.
Yeah.
Thanks. Actually, it went down to real 20% or 15 somewhere there in way back.
Yeah.
Dilum, that was happened when you were not there. Not now.
Sergey, hondama friend කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා Ravi, he's the CEO.
Right, right.
Actually, hats off to him only, sir. The whole revamp started.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I'm Dr. Gayan.
Hi, doctor.
Yeah, I'm going to do the case report on Rexona soap, sir.
Rexona soap. I actually handled that brand a little bit. Rexona, Rexona, yeah, it's good, but Unilever killed it. Because they wanted to use that brand, the brand name for deodorants.
Yes.
So they killed the brand. And then stopped the soap and took the brand as Rexona deodorants.
Yes. So then
not sure whether you can do it, but you try it. I nothing wrong in trying, but I don't think it's because of marketing myopia. I think it's because of an internal decision to stop exit Rexona from skin cleansing category.
So otherwise, I have another product, sir, that is SoftLogic Insurance.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
I'm thinking of
they are losing. Why don't you take SoftLogic Insurance?
Okay, sir. Then I'll go for the SoftLogic Insurance.
Okay, good.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, who?
Yeah, Aseli here. Yeah, sir. Sir, I was thinking of discussing taking Edna into consideration. Dilum has taken Zealous, so I was thinking of getting Edna into the picture because one time Edna was neck to neck with Candos. So now Edna is no longer available and it's almost gone from the market. Though they had product differentiation and they were neck to neck with Candos, now that entire thing has gone for a 6. So I'm thinking of.
It's a very good idea. Edna, I think the factory is also closed now. It was a great brand, very strong brand. It was Candos and Edna. And Edna, I think is just, they have killed it through, I think, very good example of marketing myopia.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. I'm Siddhanta. I'm thinking of going to the CDMA telephones, particularly the Lanka Bell, because at that time when entering the market, there was only not that much popular.
Your voice is
Actually is now not all dated. Taken it over.
Sudesh, switch off Siddhanta's camera and see whether we can hear clearly. We are not hearing you clearly, Siddhanta. Maybe you can switch off your camera and then try talk audio. Yeah, until then, someone else?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
Right.
Sir, is it okay now?
Yeah, it's better.
All right, okay. I'm going to speak about Lanka Bell, where the CDMA technology they initially start up with and were doing very well. And after that, the mobile technology came into the picture heavily. And also the SLT, their services also came up rapidly. So along with that, I think CDMA technology is no longer.
Oh, lovely.
Is it okay, no, sir?
Very good, very good. Go ahead with that.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. I'm Indika.
Hi, Indika.
Yeah, I'm going to discuss about Nando's chicken, which was actually a very famous brand in South Africa. They founded in 1987 in Johannesburg, and 2-3 times they were trying in Sri Lanka, but still, I think they are not successful. That is peri peri sauce and rooster chicken logo with one. So is it okay?
Nando's globally or Sri Lanka? Or
no, I'm talking about the Sri Lanka, not the globally. Globally, they are very popular.
That's the thing. Sri Lanka, is it because of marketing myopia or is it because of the franchisee here did a very bad job.
Probably the franchise, yeah.
Yeah, so then it's not marketing myopia.
Okay. How about the Walls ice cream?
Walls ice cream is doing very well now, globally.
Not in Sri Lanka, again.
Sri Lanka, that's a pricing. It's not marketing myopia again. Again, I was involved in that. That was because they put up a factory and the factory was very expensive. Will you try something else?
Okay. Then I'm going to do about small boutiques which was actually affected by Cargills and Keels.
You're giving very difficult topics to me. Grocery stores.
Yes.
Where are you working?
I'm working for a company called Analytical Instruments.
Analytical Instruments.
Yeah.
Would you like to take Vidya Shilpa Analytical Instruments?
Yeah. I can do that.
A batchmate of mine actually owned it. Take that.
I will do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, sir. Good morning. This is Erandi.
Hi, Erandi.
Hi, sir. So the brand that I wanted to select was something that is a little closer to home for me, coming from the apparel industry, and that is Victoria's Secret. I think it's not a dead brand, but I think it has
It is in the process of going down big time.
Yes,
but
very
Pink
much.
Brand is doing well, no? Pink is doing
yes, well. Pink is doing well, but Victoria's Secret, their main brand is facing a lot of problems because they didn't understand the consumer mindset shift.
Absolutely. You are at MAS or Brandix?
I'm at MAS, so it's MAS. It's a big business for MAS.
Yeah. Brandix also, no?
Brandix not so much, sir. Brandix is focused more on woven products, more on apparel products, whereas MAS is largely based on underwear.
Okay.
I think there was a huge dependency in Victoria's Secret for Brandix, Hydromony, and MAS, I think. But now we have recovered from that.
Oh, is it?
But sir, there are lots of other brands that are coming in as well, like Savage to Skims to Airy. So as a business, MAS probably might not lose out. It's the brand in itself that might go down.
Okay, good. Next one.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So this is Sajani. Good morning. I selected Yahoo. They were the pioneer in the and due to lack of business, the directions they were lacking that, and due to they were not focused on mobile transitions. Because of that, they finally in 2016 the Verizon Media took that business.
Very good idea.
Okay.
Who's going next? Yeah.
Sorry, sir, I was on mute. Hi, sir, this is Asale. I have chosen the brand Yahoo and how they lost their share to brands like Google. In 2000, where it was $100 billion brand that dominated from email to search engine to instant messaging, and where now Google has become the household name for any age category, and how Yahoo wasn't consistent in its branding and market positioning.
Very good. Yeah, excellent. Who else? Priyanta has finally arrived.
Yes, I'm here.
Will you share your brand with us, Priyanta?
Yes, sir. I have decided on a brand which had been created by the American publisher in 1950s called Hartmaster and Huffner. This is an iconic entertainment magazine which the world knows with the logo of a bunny and a bow. So it's how they have what we're trying to do there is to understand how they build up his empire, and then how he lost it by not putting the required attention to the technology part of it, development, and micro and macro factors, and how we ultimately lost this market. So it's the brand of Playboy magazine.
Very good, very good. See, Playboy those days, we can't tell the girls here, all the boys had a copy somewhere, at least a torn piece of paper. But now, since they did not modernize, they stayed with magazines and all that. They never sort of went into to different segments with the evolution of technology and so on. Today, it's a dead brand. Very good idea, Priya. You will not put photographs in the assignment, no, Priyanta? If you put
so only you will see, so I can put it with your permission.
Yeah, put some send a special annexure to me. Good.
Thank you very much.
Have we finished? All done?
So this is Nishanta. I'm taking. Hi, good morning. I thought of taking Pan Am because it's closer to the industry that I was.
Yes,
Pan Am was, a household name in the US, and it was the preferred carrier in the United States in the starting from 1927, and they spiraled downwards after the 70s, because of bad decision making. Plus, and they could not because of the oil crisis, and they were marketing to the elites of the United States, and they didn't see the shift from the 80s onwards, where the economic downturn, and they couldn't come up to recover from the market share in the domestic industry.
Good. That's a very good idea. Pan Am. Yeah.
Okay.
Next.
Okay.
Everybody's done?
Yeah.
No, so this is Darren.
Darren.
Yes, Darren, go ahead. Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Darren.
So I'm planning on taking Thomas Cook as my example, sir.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic idea. Recently closed down due to bankruptcy.
Yes, sir, 2019. Because to me, I found it interesting because such an old company, and even when they went bankrupt, they still had quite a lot of assets. So to me, it's a marketing.
8,000 odd employees, no?
More than that, sir. And it also resulted in I think the largest peacetime airlift operation, where they had to airlift some 55,000 customers from various markets.
Absolutely.
So I thought that was an interesting case, sir.
Absolutely interesting. I fully support that. Yeah, very good.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
This is Dr. Chandana.
Hi, Doctor.
Yeah, so I thought of taking up the chariot catering services, which could not expand against their competitors such as PNS and Bread Talk.
Good. Chariot also you take. I mean, I remember our university time or maybe even before, household name. Very good.
Yes.
Shall I start? Shall I move on?
Yes.
Thank you. So today, having done the whole principles of marketing in terms of strategies, the whole buyer behavior, we did the market research part. Today we do one of the core concepts of marketing, which is called STP, segmenting, targeting, and positioning. If you ask any marketing professor, he will tell what is the core of marketing. It's on STP, segmenting, targeting, and positioning. Most of the marketing myopia examples that you quoted, which resulted in these brands completely going bankrupt and going out of business, is because of the improper segmentation, targeting, and positioning. So today we're going to take a little bit of time to understand what STP is. So first is STP. Now, long time ago, when marketing started, marketing was a branch of economics. They said if you promote your brands and if you can produce cheaply, you can sell as much as you want. So that's how Henry Ford started the Ford Motor Company, by producing in an assembly line, the first car that was made in an assembly line called the Model T. And as I told you before, no options were given, and it was all about mass marketing. 25 years ago, I remember when I passed out from Columbia University, I was picked up by Unilever at that time, Lever Brothers. So I had to go for the final interview because from the university, they didn't want who were picked up from the university didn't have to go through the first few rounds. So it was the final interview. So I went one afternoon, and and there was a factory visit where they showed us the factory in Grand Pass. At that time, the factory was there in Grand Pass, and I saw Sunlight soap getting made in this huge line. I think 12 to 15 lines of Sunlight soap, each line making Sunlight at the speed of 200 tablets a minute. 200 tablets a minute into 12 lines, into 24 hours, into 7 days, into 365. Hell of a lot of sunlight was getting made. We were consuming sunlight so much. So we're going to talk about Sunlight story. I was the brand manager for that brand for a while, and then I ran the brand also for a while. I'll talk about it later. It was all mass production, mass distribution, mass promotion, and finally it was mass marketing. People loved low-cost products and low prices, higher margins. But today it's not the case. Mass marketing is dead. Micro marketing is required now. More and more people are wanting micro marketing. So mass marketing is getting obsolete, where niche brands, product extensions, mass customization is coming into play. Private jets, hairdressers, doctors, restaurants, they're all very niche, very, very focused on consumers. So micro marketing is the game these days, and it's going into the future. There'll be more of micro marketing. So micro marketing has 4 types: segment marketing, niche marketing, local area marketing, and individual marketing. We're going to look at each one of them in detail. But if somebody asks you what is micro marketing is all about understanding the customer needs, the demanding customers, and then getting your offerings to suit the customer needs. There are 4 types, which starts with segments, niche, local area, and individual. Now, what is segment marketing, which is the biggest and mostly employed by big companies? So segment, as you know, is a group of customers who have similar set of needs and wants. So segmentation is about dividing the market into groups and then identifying the needs of that group and having a separate marketing mix. Underline that, a separate marketing mix. Now, for example, Maliban produces no sugar biscuits, or low sugar biscuits, or low fat milk. That is a segment. They have identified a need and they have a separate marketing mix. So marketers, of course, cannot create segments. They can only go and identify them. The advantage of doing so is that then you can better design your products, better price, better communicate, and deliver value to the target group. Identify the target group. Then you can fine-tune the marketing program to meet the target group. A friend of mine handles the brand Milo at Nestle's. You remember the previous president, he went on a walk. He went to inaugurate a walk for healthy people and so on. And unfortunately, Nestle came and sponsored the walk, and they gave Milo free. So people had Milo, and this guy was also given one. And then he tasted it and see, it's lots of sugar. The guy went on public and said sugar has to be banned, and this, that, and the other, and various sugar taxes, and this, that, and the other came. Now, Milo's target group is not the former president, but is a diabetic. Milo gives the energy to young people who go and exercise and so on. Now, if you get the wrong target group, that is the death of the brand. A lot of these examples that you spoke about, the Thomas Cooks and all that, the target group moved away, but the brand did not move. So markets, these segments have to be identified very clearly. Sometimes the segments are homogeneous, right? So sometimes you can identify a segment that is homogeneous. Young people have similar needs, but sometimes the preferences are very diffused. Within young people also, some people are very, very health conscious. And then you have these clustered segments. Say, for example, in the Nigambu area, people love to eat meat, geographically clustered. Coca-Cola is one company that identified segment marketing very well, because it's such a big brand. It was only one cola at the beginning. They have now gone into many, many, many segments. They have a product for consumers to choose. Choose is the word. Consumers to choose to meet their needs, whether it's zero cola, zero calories, sugar, if you want Sprite, if you want other products. So they have everything, even water. So they have identified all segments, and now they offer products to each of those segments. And only big companies can do that.
Sound don't, please don't make me. This sound don't break, don't make me. Please don't make me. This sound don't break, don't make me. This sound don't, please don't make me. Flash like Taylor's talking.
So now we go into the levels of market segmentation. We spoke about the segment, the first segment, and now we are going into the niche one. Not every company can have offerings to suit each segment. Some companies identify a particular segment and meet the needs of that segment. You narrowly define a segment, and then you do it very well to meet the needs of that distinct segment. People normally pay a premium in these segments, unlikely to attract more consumers and so on. So this whole brand called Body Shop, very successful brand. They don't sell their products in supermarket shelves. They have their own shops and they have their own online catalog. Their products are not listed in other people's e-commerce sites and so on. So the Body Shop is a niche marketing segment. They have a sizable business. Their products are very, very special. They are not tested on animals, and they're very natural, and they have these various claims. And because of that, they operate for a particular segment. Sometimes some brands focus on a particular local area. So I know in the US, you must have heard the farmers market, like we have the Polar here, very, very focused in that area. You have these guys who come and attend to your plumbing, electrical things. Like my daughter lives in Australia. There are well-known people in a particular area who does your all utility services, the repairs and so on. They have a brand in that. So very local. Then you have the individual marketing, where the whole focus is your family doctor. How the doctors build their brand, personal brand. Some doctors, you can't get a number, an appointment, because they're so busy. They have built their brand. Segment is one. I mean, I go to Dr. Chandima Dimel, not an advertisement. So very difficult to meet him. But when you go and meet him, he spends a lot of time with you. Customized marketing, one-to-one marketing. So the world is now moving away from mass marketing. Big companies, of course, have segment marketing, but world is moving into niche marketing and so on. So how do these companies divide the market into segments? Now to cater to segments, the market has to be divided. How do companies do that? They do that by looking at the needs and wants, not what the company can produce. They do that based on the needs and wants. They look at from outside, look at the target group and say, descriptive characteristics. Where do they live? What is the person like? How is the psychography of this person? That is one way of doing it. You look at the consumer characteristics or people-oriented approach. The other way is to look at product characteristics, to look at the consumer, how the consumer behaves, the use occasions, how the consumer responds, what are the benefits, use occasions. Then the marketing programs can be profitably adjusted for the different consumer needs. Segmentation allows really understanding these needs and do personalized marketing. You can do better campaigns, you can craft better products, you can communicate better because you know the needs of the segment. Needs of the segment. So there are 4 ways of segmenting the market: geographic, demographic, psychographic, and behavioral. 4 ways of segmenting the market. And we are going into each one of them in detail. First is, of course, very easy one is geographic segmentation. You divide the market into small groups based on the place people live. Now, when people live in a particular area, they have similar needs and wants. Similar needs and wants. Marketing programs can be tailor-made to the needs and wants of these people, neighbors, areas, and so on. Now, if you look at India, north of the country, people love tea. They are very tea drinking, chai points. People love to drink tea. But the south of the country, the preference for tea or the knack to have tea is much, much low. People drink a lot of ground coffee, freshly brewed coffee. Same country. But the desire to have a hot beverage varies from good quality tea to good quality coffee, simply because of the geography. Now, McDonald's, for example, serves beer in Germany because they want to attract families and get fathers to come there while the children play. The parents enjoy a beer. The food preference, different cultures where you live, but it's not so here. So local food menus have been incorporated in McDonald's menus, veggie in India, Middle East having various meats and so on. So marketers will study the population density and work on the geographic factors. Geographic factors can then be put into divisions, into segments. Second one is demographic. Demographic. Here the division of the market based on age, family size, life cycle, income, occupation, education, consumer needs, wants, the usage, demographic. The Honda Fit, for example, is made to target the young Gen Y buyers or the psychologically young people. Very modern, empty nest parents and so on. Segmentation cannot take only one variable. Now, your age, family size, family life cycle, gender. You can't take only one. So therefore, globally in marketing, companies use a common classification for demographic segmentation. That is called SEC classification. So it was introduced by market research companies. So the market research companies like Nielsen and Quantum can go to Hemas or Unilever and talk the same classification. Then there is some uniformity. So in that, they said, we will look at two things. We said education level of the wage earner. If the wage earner's education level is high, there'll be a huge impact on the buying pattern or the preference pattern of the family. Then we look at the access or possession of specific assets like TVs, refrigerators, internet, telephone, and so on. All these will have implications on the behavior. And based on that, they broke this down into grades of A, B, C, D, and E. SECA, SECB, SECC, SECD, and E. A and B normally are higher consumption groups, mostly urban. C is semi-urban. D and E are rural with low consumption. Have a quick look at this table. Understand the table, how SEC works. Examples are also given. Sudesh, is my voice better now?
Yes. Okay.
Right, I put the volume up here. Psychographic is the values people have. Different people have different values. Values determine the lifestyles. Same age group, maybe the same demography, but people behave differently. Doctors living in Colombo, same age group, but the lifestyles and values would be different. Some are very innovators. Some are thinkers. Some are achievers. Some like to experience the world. But as you look at the others, they are more believers, strivers, makers, survivors. The last one is behavioral. We looked at demographic.
Sir, can you just go back onto the previous slide and just explain the last bit, sir? The X and Y axis on this, what does that?
So some people, it's about the resources people have and the motivation to life. Now don't worry about this. This is a little complicated thing. So your motivation, now sometimes you may have the same resources in terms of, for example, take two doctors, salary would be the same. But the motivation for life would be different from the two. They are both living next door. Age is also say 40 years. But their motivations to life could be different. That comes from their values and their lifestyle. So that's the X and Y. I have brought it into 8 categories. Some people are very high innovators, thinkers. They are very resourceful, achievers, experiencing life. Then there are some people who believe in things. They don't really go out and get things, but who believes in themselves. Strive, makers, survivors. Look at people in Jaffna. They are like that. They operate with low resources. Very practical, very conservative, very resigned, passive. So these are the 2 types of people. Now, when you try to market to them, your marketing programs need to consider their lifestyle and values. Got it?
I got it now. With the explanation about Jaffna, it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Behavioral is all about how people behave based on the needs and benefits. Now, if you go to a supermarket and look at the shelf, you will see lots of variants of shampoo. Why is that? Shampoo for dry hair, shampoo for long hair, thick hair, no hair, people like me. This is all the needs and benefits. Needs people have and the benefits brand offer. They have to match. And people play various decision roles in lives. Think about you. Sometimes for some of the products, you are the initiator. Your children could be an influencer. Sometimes you prefer to show the world that you are the decider, but your wife is the decider. You buy a shopper is not always the consumer, the user. So doctors are key influencers for pharmaceutical products. Companies need to understand that. Doctors are a huge influencer. Women are the decider for kitchen appliances. Children are the initiators for food habits, holiday destinations. So behavioral segmentation need to take into account the decision roles people play and their needs and benefits. So quickly go back in your note and look at the 4. We started with geographic segmentation because we said if you are to do a segmentation, you need to understand different segments to do segment marketing like Coke is doing. Or if you want to select a niche, or if you want to select a local market or an individual, whatever it is, you have to have the right segments in the market identified. How do you segment? You segment using 4 variables: geographic, demographic, psychographic, and behavioral. Have a quick look at that in the note. So a little more explanation of behavioral segmentation I have left as a extended reading for you. How you do that for business markets. Some of you I know are involved in B2B. In B2B also you need to segment your markets. So that is all about segmenting. So we said this whole topic is about STP, segmenting, targeting, and positioning. Now I come to targeting. Now I have a certain segment identified. Now how do I pursue the people to buy my products? How do I target to these segments? How do I identify and profile the groups? Now I know a certain segment is there, but I need to understand them. I need to identify their needs. I need to profile them in terms of needs and preferences. I need to look at within that, what are the best segment to enter? How do I communicate the benefits? All these need to be considered. There are 5 criteria that you need to consider for this. If you are going to a particular segment, you need to be able to measure that segment. Size, you know, the purchasing power. It has to be substantial. Otherwise, what's the point? You go there, try to build a business, but if it is not substantial, accessible, I remember when I was working in Laos, we found Bangladesh was a huge opportunity. Big market, penetration levels of LPG gas was very low. But some of the villages in Bangladesh are not accessible. They're accessible only through the river. So you can't take gas across the river because it's very heavy. Can you differentiate from product to product? Now, some of the brands take cigarettes or alcohol in Sri Lanka or countries like Sri Lanka, you can't do marketing, above the line marketing. It's very difficult to differentiate. Similarly, you can't action some of the things that you want to do. If you look at the young population and look at their reading habits, contrary to what we think, their reading habits have gone up big time. People think that the young people don't read. They don't read books, printed books, but they read a hell of a lot. Now, my children who study in Australia, they hardly use these textbooks. Their textbooks are in this either e-version or Kindle version. Amazon identified a segment and targeted that segment of young, smart, well-to-do consumers interested in books as well as technology. And they're able to afford electronic devices as an e-reader.
Introducing Kindle Fire, a Kindle for entertainment, web, games, reading, and more. Built on the idea that enjoying your content should be simple and easy, one touch gives you instant access to Amazon's massive content library, including over 18 million movies, TV shows, songs, apps, magazines, and books. Your most recent content is always at your fingertips. Kindle Fire is fast, with a state-of-the-art dual-core processor, and features our all-new high-speed web browser, powered by Amazon's cloud technology. It's light enough to hold with just one hand, and small enough to carry everywhere. Read bestsellers, children's books, cookbooks, comics, and magazines, all in brilliant color. Choose from thousands of games and apps in the Amazon App Store. Watch new releases and your favorite TV shows. Discover new music in the MP3 store. Never worry about storage space. All of your Amazon content is automatically stored in the cloud, free. Amazon Prime members enjoy access to thousands of popular movies and TV shows. Kindle Fire arrives pre-registered to your Amazon.com account, so you're ready to go right out of the box.
This is a great example of identifying a very profitable segment and targeting that segment. So there are two factors that needs to be considered in this whole thing. Now, Maliban wants to resurrect their Zellers brand. Now, there are lots of chocolates in the market, Richberry, Candos, there are lots of imported chocolates, all that is there. Sellers have to identify a particular segment. Now, without identifying, just resurrecting the brand, it will be very difficult to gain share from Richberry. So that segment that Zellers identifies has to be attractive. Has to be attractive. Otherwise, what's the point? Because you have to put in investment in your factory, in your marketing. You need to have resources. Suppose the segment is attractive, but does the company have the resources to win in that segment? MAS Holdings went to India with their own lingerie brand, Amante. No doubt, those Indian women, girls, they're very fashion conscious, huge opportunity. But the question is whether the company has the objectives and the resources to win in that segment. So our friend Michael Porter, who keeps coming in marketing and in my strategy course also, and we're trying to get him to talk to the PIM fraternity on the day that we open the new building. He defined 5 forces, and we will do very elaborate understanding of 5 forces in our business strategy class. 5 forces to look at the attractiveness of each segment. He said, look at the suppliers that supply to you, sellers. If you're entering, there'll be suppliers of chocolate, milk, sugar, everything. Do they have a bargaining power? If they have a huge bargaining power, then you're in a little bit of a fix, because they will decide terms of trade. India, huge market, Amante. Are there barriers to entry in terms of duties, in terms of red tape, in terms of bureaucracy, in terms of real estate, the retailers? How are the buyers? Do they have the buying power? Nokia lost, Kodak lost its dominance, not due to another camera brand. Kodak lost because of a camera in the phone. Substitute. People did not stop using, people did not stop taking photographs. They continue to take photographs. They take more photographs now. But they don't use cameras. They use the phone camera. Substitutes. And the last one is competition. Now, MA's Amante is a great product, very good product. I don't know about brass. I think a lot of ladies who are here and some of the gentlemen also will know. But what is the problem? India is a hugely competitive market. Strong and aggressive competitors. Porter's 5 forces. I'm going to play you a very nice Mind Tools AV. You know, in my lectures, I show a lot of video content because you remember what you see. You remember more of what you see than what you hear. So I'm going to show you a beautiful video on this Porter's 5 forces. I want you to make notes, additional notes in this slide.
Your ability to make a good profit in business depends on the strength of your position in the market. For instance, are there any competitors offering similar products? Is it easy for other organizations to enter your market if they see you're making a profit? Or can customers force you to lower your prices? If you don't think about your position carefully, you can easily find that you're working hard and still struggling to stay afloat. This is where a tool like Porter's 5 Forces is useful. It helps you discover who has the most power in a given situation. It can also show you if a product or service is likely to be profitable. The tool assumes that there are 5 forces that determine competitive power in a business situation. These forces are supplier power, buyer power, competitive rivalry, threat of substitution, and threat of new entry. Any of them can work for or against you, so it's important to understand them. To use Porter's 5 forces as an analysis tool, you need to look at each one individually. For example, with supplier power, you examine how easy it's going to be for your suppliers to drive up prices. If you have several to choose from, you can switch to a cheaper alternative if prices are too high. But you have fewer options if your choice is limited, which means that individual suppliers hold more power over you. Next, look at buyer power. How easy is it for your customers to drive down prices? If there are only a handful of them in your market, they have control. If there are many more, your power increases. Then consider competitive rivalry. How many competitors do you have? Are their products or services as good as yours? If so, how can you establish a strong advantage over them? Next, there is the threat of substitution. How easy is it for your customers to find another way to get what you're offering? The easier it is, the less power you have. Finally, identify how likely it is for competitors to enter the market. The easier it is for them to swoop in, the harder it is for you to make a profit. Once you've completed a 5 forces analysis, you'll be able to see clearly where you're at risk, so you can overcome any obstacles. And if you're thinking about entering a new market, you can see at a glance how profitable you're likely to be. You can find out more about Porter's 5 forces, including how to carry out an in-depth
So if you want to look at targeting a particular segment, there are possible ways of doing that. So as we discussed at the beginning, we said the world was originally about mass marketing. Then the world moved into customization, or moving into customization. In this whole journey from mass to customization, we looked at companies adopting different strategies. Coke, for example, adopts a full market coverage. In that segment of drinks, they want to cover the entire market. Apple doesn't want the full market. They may focus on multiple segments. Body Shop focuses on a single segment. Some of the top-end tailors focuses on an individual as a segment. Full market coverage is mostly limited. Only very large firms can undertake this. Because this is about understanding the entire market, breaking the market into different segments, and targeting each segment. So big companies like General Motors, Coca-Cola, Microsoft Office. So they look at, Microsoft will look at the document requirements, the spreadsheet requirements, the connectivity requirements, the presentation requirements of an individual, and give solutions to all the needs. So there are 2 approaches to doing this. Either you look at the whole world and say this particular segment, people who want the document requirement, irrespective of the country they live, they have the same need. So we'll offer the same product, undifferentiated marketing. People who want to make a presentation, wherever they live, they will have the same needs. And then you focus on mass distribution. Then you develop a super product for this segment across the world. So Microsoft Word, across the world, great product. They have identified this segment.
My name is Grover. Sean. My name is Ian. I'm Taylor. My name is Owen, and I am 9.5 years old.
So Owen was born with a rare genetic disorder called Escobar syndrome.
He's had 33 surgeries to date. I love video games, my friends, my family, and again, video games.
It's his way of interacting with his friends when he can't physically otherwise do it.
What I like about the adaptive controller is now everyone can play. You can just say, all right, that's that button, that's that button, that's that button. Perfect.
One of the biggest fears early on is, how will Owen be viewed by the other kids? He's not different when he plays.
No matter how your body is or how fast you are, you can play. It's a really good thing to have in this world.
You move emotions of people and build brands like that. McDonald's, on the other hand, they also have a full market coverage. They go to all the countries, but they differentiate. Differentiate based on segments, designs, different products, creates very, very impactful communication. But of course, the cost goes up when you try to do this. But that's their approach.
दो मसाला ग्रिल्ड चिकन आज तो ट्यूसडे वेज में है ना दो पक्का इंडियन है मैकडॉनल्ड्स का नया मसाला ग्रिल ग्रिल्ड है मसालेदार है इंडियन है
Differentiated marketing. That company that makes the beef burger goes to India and sells veggie burger. But full market coverage, whether it's India or whether it's US or UK, they go there and take a full coverage. So there are other segments like multiple segment coverage, single segment. I have kept those for you to read. Some companies pick up multiple segments. Some Porsche-like companies focus on single segment. It's dangerous to focus only on a single segment, because if that segment reduces, like the Thomas Cook, you will get into marketing myopia. So once you have got your segmentation right, you got your targeting right, now brands are built in the minds of the consumer. You have to position the brand in the minds. Locate the brand in the minds of the consumer. That is the goal of positioning. But for that, you need a customer-based, customer-focused value proposition. Why would Zellers be remembered over Candos or Ritzbury? Maliban has to come with a customer-focused value proposition. Otherwise, people won't remember, because it's in the mind. When you want to buy a chocolate, it has to come from the mind. Great value proposition. So you need to make sure that you are like everyone else in the competitive scenario. You have to have a frame of reference. So Zellers has to be like all chocolates. Zellers has to identify my frame of reference. Is it Candos, Ritzbury, imported chocolates, whatever? They have to be like all of them. They have to have all what others have. That's called point of parity. The sweetness, the wrapper, the colors, the taste, the price, everything. But that's not enough. To win, you need to have a point of difference, something that others don't have. You have to be like everybody. This is the game of marketing, positioning. In the frame of reference, you have defined a frame of reference for your target group. Maybe Zellers says, I am not considering very high-end chocolates, like handmade chocolates and all that. So that's fine. It's not in your frame of reference. Once you have identified your frame of reference, you have to be like everybody. Sensodyne identified that there is a huge problem in adults. Sensitive teeth. All adults have sensitive teeth, most of them, at different levels though. They found out a chemical, maybe Priyanta can explain this better than me. They found out, through research, they got a patented chemical that gives relief against sensitive teeth. How do you put this chemical now? In what product? They did years of research and said the best delivery as well as the best consumption will come from having it in a toothpaste. So they thought they'll develop a great toothpaste. So they carved out a profitable segment called adults who have sensitive teeth. But in the market, there were so many toothpastes. So they have to make sure that their toothpaste in this frame of reference, their toothpaste has the same points of parity. So they did the packaging, they did the taste, they did everything. Like Colgate, like Pepsodent, like Close-Up, like Oral-B. Points of parity. Then they found a positioning gap here. See that positioning gap? Others can't offer. Relief against sensitive teeth. They said, we are not going to have children running, eating guava, parents playing, nothing. We are a pain relief toothpaste. So the advertising is very clinical, functional.
Do hot or cold foods ever cause you tooth discomfort? It could mean you have sensitive teeth. Now there's a new daily toothpaste that actually helps repair sensitive areas using the natural building blocks of teeth. Introducing Sensodyne Repair and Protect, the only toothpaste with Novomin technology that creates a repairing layer over and within the sensitive areas of your teeth. Go beyond relief and start repairing today with new Sensodyne Repair and Protect toothpaste. This has been Medifax for Sensodyne Repair and Protect.
So repair and protect. Very simple, Medifax. And that's their positioning. So very important to have category membership. If you decide Sensodyne that you're going to be a toothpaste, you have to be a toothpaste. You have to be like everyone else. That's when people will replace their toothpaste and bring Sensodyne for everyday use. If it was a tablet, then it will not replace toothpaste. This is where a lot of these brands have got into marketing myopia. Marketing myopia. What category am I playing? If Coke said I am in a cola war with Pepsi, Coke will only see Pepsi. But how about the fresh drinks? How about the fruit bars? Fruit juice bars? They will take share away. This is what happened to Kodak. We are fighting with the other cameras. Phone comes, take the share away. You have to identify what are you have to be like everyone else, points of parity. Like the category, other players, you have to be like them. You have to be competitive, but you have to be different. How did Hyundai and Kia become so successful? They were written off cars some time ago. People didn't touch them. They established a point of difference. Very good car, very good vehicle. We can give it at low price. Lower than Toyota, lower than Nissan, lower than Honda. We can give it cheaper. At the same time, we will give you good quality and design. Maybe not as good as Toyota, but we can give you decent quality and design. Today, they are a very strong player. Only by identifying the right segment, targeting to that right segment, and positioning in the minds of the consumer that we are cheaper than others, but we can give you equal quality and design. Understanding who's my competitor. What is the industry that I am playing? Lanka Bell. What is the industry that Lanka Bell was playing? Communication. So they lost share to mobile. Communication. So you have to be like a Dialog than Mobitel, but you have to have a point of difference. So very important that your positioning strategy is credible, clear, consistent, and competitive. Sellers, when they promise something, when they come back, they have to be credible. People have to believe in that. It has to be clear, has to be consistent, has to be competitive. Then you can build a great positioning strategy like this company has built. So we turn to page 293. We have about 8 minutes for this case study. World's local bank, now changing the position, changing the positioning. Is it risky? You will tell me after reading. So turn to page 293-94.
HSBC is a fascinating company. It was formed in 1865. And from those roots out in the Far East with its very Scottish Calvinist principles, it's been a pretty solid rock, particularly around trade. And I think that's where it really began. And the organisation started to expand quite rapidly, became quite an aggressive acquirer of other banks. And that gave them an incredible kind of revenue base to acquire other businesses. And so when we first got to HSBC and started looking at the task ahead, one of the things that they'd already done was unify a lot of these acquired banks under one piece of branding, as we called it back then, a label, which was the red hexagon and the HSBC letters, but not a brand. And a non-executive director of the bank who had persuaded the board that actually they need to develop this so it had proper resonance with consumers, that it had proper meaning, was really the place where the whole task began.
At the time, all other competitors had taken the approach of be large, be global, try to be one size fits all for all markets.
Because there was a sort of zeitgeist in the world, actually, around both global brands and also around the whole issue of how the internet was changing the world, and that actually we were all far more connected and joined up than we'd ever been.
What HSBC tried to do was to take a different, more nuanced view, which is that the world isn't the same everywhere, that the world needs different approaches, different solutions. And so from that came the sense of celebrating the diversity. It's when a slogan such as the world's local bank becomes part of the brand, part of the logo and the lockup of the brand, that actually moves from being an advertising idea to being a brand idea.
That line represented the sort of the security of being global, but the, I suppose, intimacy of being local. So it had that sort of combined power of being, two things at once.
Consumers need to understand that you're close to them, and that's a little bit scary to be global. So they like you to be global for security and safety, but they want you to be local to understand their needs. And I think HSBC, given the way this brand emerged through mergers, really understands that, and they allow their campaigns to demonstrate that to consumers over and over again.
I do remember going to, I think, our first AGM after the World's Local Bank had been launched, and our chairman stood up and said, as the world's local bank, blah, and he entered his speech like that, and you thought, well, it's worked. The chairman is actually not saying welcome to HSBC, he's saying welcome to the world's local bank to all of those shareholders amassed in front of him. So for us, that ability for it to sort of become a rallying cry, even if folks weren't necessarily sure what it would become, was very important.
The brands had roughly 3 phases of work that's added meaning to the brand. The first phase was around this idea of never underestimating local knowledge, which was a great vehicle for the bank to sort of establish its global local credentials around the world.
That campaign evolved very quickly into the cultural collisions work that I think we felt was the place where it really took off and caught light, which was the work around telling stories. And the most famous one for us was the gentleman in the Chinese restaurant with his eels. And I do remember back then, my boss, Peter Stringham, putting one of the eels ads up in front of an audience of Chinese marketing people, and he got a standing ovation. They thought it was wonderful.
The English believe it's a slur on your host's food if you don't clear your plate. whereas the Chinese feel you're questioning their generosity if you do. At HSBC, we never underestimate the importance of local knowledge, which is why we have local banks staffed by local people in over 80 countries across the globe. HSBC, the world's local bank.
Shall we have a quick look at the video? The case study, please. Case study, there are a few questions at the end. I would like your views.
Sir, this is Asala here.
Yeah, Asala.
Just to share, I was actually formerly a HSBC employee for nearly a decade based out of London and Hong Kong. Little bit more than related to case study, just to share with the wider group in terms of knowledge. This marketing strategy of the local brand, being the worst local bank, actually failed. This failed and we removed it. So if you look at our branding now at HSBC, we've removed it. The reason is when they went to when they changed their brand to the worst or the worst local bank, what they realized is that they could not maintain their international presence in terms of practices. When they had to conform and compete with the local brands, they failed because of the governance structures that are distributed across each country. Now, for example, if you take a mature market like Hong Kong or even London, they have what you call know your customer, digital customer onboarding. But if you take countries like South Asian countries like Sri Lanka, Philippines, that doesn't have the necessary infrastructure. They can't provide the same services across those local markets. So even though they had the proposition built that way, that entire practice actually, or this marketing procedure was going as World Local Bank failed. And if you go to the HSBC website now, it's been removed. I just thought I'll share it.
Very good. It's bringing the world together or something. No, now.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. So now they work as a more of an international brand, showing that we have a global presence versus trying to compete with the local brands. Now, if you go to UK, where it's one of the home markets, HSBC is not number one. It's probably number 4, where Lloyds Bank, DBS dominate. If you go to other markets as well, you notice that HSBC is not even in US. HSBC is not number 1. Citibank is number 1. So that entire slogan campaign, initially, they did a great campaign. It got a lot of awareness, but in practicality, it failed for them. Only in markets such as Hong Kong, it worked because for Hong Kong, it is their local bank. But beyond that, it wasn't.
Thank you. Very good. Any thoughts quickly? Any thoughts? Question 1, 2, 3. Any thoughts?
I think, so question 1, what were the risks and benefits? I think it was a risk that they took. I'm speaking through inside information because I was part of the team that rolled this out.
Okay.
I think the biggest risk it took was trying to compete locally with the local banks, or locally established banks, without having their product proposition suited to cater to that customer segment. So they had a unified product proposition that was defined out of mature markets such as London and Hong Kong. But when they came up with the brand and they took those products to the local banks or the local countries, they realized that the product proposition wasn't accepted.
Yeah. I like if you look at my 4 C's in positioning, that's what you're saying. They had a good positioning statement, but the 4 C's did not come together.
That's correct, sir. That's correct. Now, a good example is also if you take US, they tried to bring in digital to a country like US, thinking it's a large market base. But however, what they didn't do in the local study was that US, even to this day, is very big on check processing. Therefore, they couldn't compete with the already established platforms as Citibank and few other local players were dominating.
Yep.
So they ended up spending a lot of money on the branding, and they did some great awareness videos. But when it came to capitalizing on opportunity and converting it to money or commercializing it, they failed there. The customers didn't move.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So for the interest of time, I'll move on. Otherwise, we will. So today is one of the core subjects of marketing where we looked at the whole targeting STP part, how mass marketing moved into the whole STP part. We looked at the basis of segmentation. We looked at how segments need to be measurable, substantial, accessible, differentiable, and actionable. Then we looked at market targeting options from full market to multiple to individual. Then we looked at the whole the niche marketing part. And then we came to positioning, where we spoke about PODs and POPs. And we said what PODs are. They are the unique associations which others don't have, like what Sensodyne has. POPs are you get membership in the category by having everything but others have. And then what he's talking about, what HSBC failed in their positioning is that they couldn't live up to their 4 C's: credibility, clarity, consistency, and competitiveness. You say you are the world's local bank, people go to the bank, but the positioning is not clear. There's no credibility consistently across all. So as he said, you can't deliver it in some countries and you're not competitive, and then you lose market share. US, he said that HSBC has dropped down to the 4th position, you said, is it?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah,
yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So all this is because companies don't get their positioning right. And you will learn more about it when you do your marketing myopia case study. Right? Any questions before we take a 15-minute break, 10-minute break? Right. So in that case, we will come back at 10:50.
Okay, sir.
We started on STP and then how to position a brand. That's how we ended. How to position a brand in the minds of the consumer. Now we're looking at, in this brand, how do you build brand equity? So first of all, we need to know what is a brand. What is a brand? Now, a professional marketer, the whole idea is the ability to create, maintain, and enhance the equity of the brand. Because consumers go and buy brands. They don't go and buy companies. Though people in finance and so on, my good friend Asela does the great job in finance. Out there, people go and buy brands. Or inside, we have great factories. But finally, MAs have great factories. But finally, the product of MAs goes to the market. And as she said, those brands have to be bought. The consumers will always select, choose from competition. So as the American Marketing Association says, brands need to differentiate. Underline that. Differentiate. If you don't differentiate for your target market, now Apple differentiates itself versus the other phones for the target market. But Apple is not even in the consideration set for bottom of the pyramid consumers in India or Indonesia or Brazil. Because there's no differentiator for them. But for the target market, Apple is a great differentiator. So among many tea brands in New Zealand and Australia, when you travel there, you go to a supermarket, you see our own Dilmah in the shelves of Coles and Woolworth, you're very happy. Intel, we never see Intel. Intel inside, that was their campaign. We never opened the computer and checked whether there's Intel inside. You don't have to read Nike to identify Nike. A swoosh sign is good enough. We did the Emirates case study. They completely revolutionized long-haul travel. The last symbol, everybody knows. Apple. How are these great brands built? How are they built? The difference, the differentiator could be, they say, functionally differentiated. Apple computers may be functionally better than a Dell. Is it? Not sure. Is Dilmah tea better than Lipton? Rationally? Or tangibly? Or is it emotionally? Intangible. Emirates flies the same aircrafts that Qatar Airlines flies or Singapore Airlines flies. But Singapore Airlines charges premium prices, differentiated emotionally, intangibly. So can anything be branded? Something that resides in the minds of the consumer, can you brand anything? Of course you can. Remember those days we used to buy salt, loose, kilos. Today salt is branded. Rice is branded. Because there's a promise. In every branded product, there is a promise. Just do it like Nike. Freshest tea from the finest tea gardens, like Dilmah. Differentiated. Underline those words. Differentiated. Maliban versus Munchie. Where's the differentiator? For the target group. Co-target, co-TG. Co-target group. Where's the differentiator? Now, I always tell this to my friends at Maliban. Some of the products like Marie, cream cracker, chocolate biscuits, there's no differentiation adequately. Maybe at that level you can't. But you need always differentiation to create and keep profitable consumers. You create them like Apple has done and keep them. They stay with Apple. For that, every brand is a promise.
So does the quality play a role in branding?
Of course. Quality plays a huge role. Why is Toyota so expensive? Why people are so loyal to Toyota? Because Toyota never breaks. Repair cost is very low. Quality, reliability, safety. Those are very important. So physical goods can be branded, services can be branded, retail stores can be branded. Person. In my lifetime, Sri Lanka's biggest brand, oh, it's coming down now, is Mahinda Rajapaksa. People all believe Prabhakaran, no? That community, whether he's right or wrong, that's a different issue. Organizations. The World Health Organization quickly losing its brand equity. Singapore, more tourists than locals. So it's the brand the business gives to the market. It's a bond between the business and the market. Market responds by buying that brand and continuing to buy that brand. That's called brand loyalty. So everything today is getting branded. Whether it's a service, whether it's a retailer, whether it's an online product, whether it's a mobile product, whether it's people, everything is getting branded. With that comes a promise. Every brand is a promise. Otherwise, it's just a product. Every brand is a promise. I know a lot of you in this class wear Rolex watches. My friend Priyanta has one. I think he has many at home. Rolex watches. Runs into millions. A watch is a watch. You just read the time, and the time is there in the phone also now. But it's about history, it's about prestige, it's about associations it has. People pay a huge price for this promise.
Why this watch? This watch is an icon of impossible achievement,
6 games,
grace under pressure, battles endured, champions crowned, and records broken. It doesn't just tell time, it tells history.
So a little bit of further reading. Brands play a huge role for consumers, for manufacturers. It differentiates from products. It promotes loyalty. The shorthand. I don't know whether you know this story. Coca-Cola was having a huge battle with Pepsi. Huge battle, marketing battle. In 1985, they decided to replace their old formula with what is called the new Coke. Extensive market research done on blind product, better than Pepsi, better than the old Coke. They launched it. People protested big time, national uproar. Despite in-market research, found to be better than Pepsi or better than the old Coke. People wanted the old Coke back. Only 10 weeks it lasted, reintroduced the old formula, the classic Coke. Coke tried to have the variant as new Coke, failed, and the brand disappeared in 1992. Brands have a different meaning. Products could be better in performance, on attributes, but brands are different. Some of these brands are very new. Apple, Samsung, Amazon. When you have strong brands in your balance sheet, you have an asset called goodwill. Intangible. There's nothing to go and see. If you go to Google balance sheet, there aren't many factories, assets, and all that. But the brand has a huge value. How do you build this? How do you build brands like this, like Singapore Airlines, like Starbucks, like Dilmah, like Toyota? How do you create and keep profitable customers? They keep buying these brands. You need strong brands, we understand. How do you do this? They said you need three things. You need to have strong brand equity. Now, what is brand equity? Okay, how do you build brand equity? Okay, the brand equity you build, how do you keep the brand strong for a long period of time? Tough questions. Tough questions.
Is your tea grown and perfected in the lush tea gardens of Ceylon? Are the two top leaves and tender bud of the bush gently removed by hand to ensure optimum flavor? Is your tea quickly packed for freshness and tasted for quality? Is it the best cup of tea you've ever had? Dilmah is the perfect cup of tea.
Do try it.
They buy tea from the tea auction of Ceylon, like any other brand. So their blends are not very different to any other brand. But has made a mark, a global mark, as a global brand from Ceylon. And we are very proud about it. Brand equity. Brand equity. What is brand equity? Brand equity is the additional amount people are willing to pay for a product. I told you about Sunlight. Sunlight is 2 rupees more expensive than other soaps. All soaps are made from caustic and oil. Added value endowed. Underline that. Added value endowed. It's the way consumers think, feel, and act, nothing else. Consumers think, feel, and act. It's reflected in the prices, it can be premium price, market share is high, profitability is high. Brand equity is high when the consumers react more favorably. People perceive the product performance is better. People are very loyal to these brands. Even if there's competitive scenario, less vulnerable. Margins are better because you can price up. When brand loyalty is high, demand is inelastic. People don't shift. Trade loves strong brands. Why is Unilever able to sell their other brands successfully? Because they have Sunlight. You can extend Sunlight like brands into other categories like washing powder, like softeners. Greater financial market returns. Now to do this, you have to work on your brand. Three key ingredients. Three key ingredients of brand equity. Underline that. Three key ingredients of brand equity. You need a strong brand name. No doubt about it. When people hear that, they react differently. First one. Consumers react differently to strong brands. Consumers know about strong brands. Brand knowledge is high. People know about Toyota. than maybe Mazda. People respond to the brand marketing programs of strong brands than weak brands. Weak brands could come and shout that this brand is good, price is reduced. People will not even notice. When a strong brand does it, people respond. So I had the privilege of working in one of Sri Lanka's oldest brands, I think 130 odd years old, when I was at Unilever. It originated in England in a place called Port Sunlight in Manchester. Lord Leverhulme thought people need a cleaning solution to wash their clothes. They are using various cottage soaps made at home. Inconsistent quality. What if we introduce a consistent quality washing soap which is branded? So he built a factory. He built a village around the factory for the factory workers to work. It's still there, called Port Sunlight Village. And he introduced the Sunlight soap. 1885. It became an instant success. Instant success. In the industrialized Britain, Sunlight became the branded soap for laundry. Over the years, British came to this part of the world, colonized some countries, and our people in Ceylon at that time were working for the Britishers. So they gave this soap to our people to wash their clothes. Our people have never seen a soap like this. This is fragrant, this removes dirt, soot, grime, dust, everything. They loved it. Our people went and took this soap and applied it everywhere. In their bodies, in the wife's body, grandmother's body, their cows, plates, everything. Sunlight became an instant success. British then introduced Sunlight soap to countries like Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan. And they sold them, made money. But the time I went to Unilever and I was doing this brand, Sunlight was losing its brand equity. Brand equity. Because pipe-borne water were coming in. People could not have that rock to wash their clothes inside the bathroom. The relevance was lost. Sunlight soap lost relevance. Various powders were introduced to the market, including the powder of Surf Excel and Diva and all those. Sunlight started losing market share, customer franchise. Then we got into a team, we worked very hard, modernized the brand, and launched Sunlight as new Sunlight in powder. Then it went into various other formats, as you see. Globally, Sunlight got back.
රහසක් කියන්නද? එහෙනම් සුපර් රහසක් කියන්නද? ආදරයි සුවඳ දැනේ විවිධ රහසක් හෙළිවේ වෙන බුබුලේ හැංගිලා ගෑතේ වෙලි පිවිතුරු වේ කවදාවත් නැති තරම් පිරිසිදුයි හිතා ගන්න බැරි තරම් සුවඳයි බුබුලේ කතන්දරේ පිවිතුරු සුවඳින් සරසේ සැනකෙලියයි සේදවලේ පිවිතුරු සුවඳින් සරසේ සැනකෙලියයි සේදවලේ තව රහසක් කියන්නද? ඒ රහස මුළු රටම දන්නවනේ. නව සන්ලයිට්. මගේ සන්ලයිට් දැන් අලුත් වෙලා. පිවිතුරු කරපයි සුවඳින් සරසයි.
So like Sri Lanka, Pakistan was also going through a similar problem, Sunlight losing relevance. Then I got posted there for what I have done with Sunlight here. I did the same thing there. In Pakistan, you know, women are very suppressed and they are mostly at home and they don't come out, and their hero is their husband. They watch a lot of these Urdu, Hindi movies and they always romance. So a slightly different route taken, and we made Sunlight very romantic and made it very relevant, and again it came back. I'm just sharing these things. I know you love these kind of experiences. These are my personal experiences, and I bring this to the class so that it becomes very authentic.
नया सनलाइट वॉशिंग पाउडर, इसमें है लीमू की ताकत और हजारों फूलों की खुशबू।
सूरज की किरणों से निकले महके महके फूल, जीवन मेरा महकाए तेरे आंचल की खुशबू। आंगन आंगन महकाए खुशबू खुशबू बिखराए। हो इसी अदा ने लूट लिया अपना दिल हाय, इसी अदा ने लूट लिया अपना दिल हाय, इसी अदा ने लूट लिया अपना दिल हाय।
नया सनलाइट वॉशिंग पाउडर।
So in building brand equity, different models are there. I mean, if you look at the Kotler book, there are different models, but I just picked up one model to explain the brand equity model. Millward Brown is a company that pioneered this whole thing. They said brand equity has to be built in 5 stages. First of all, you have to make your brand present at the consumer's arm's reach. They need to know about the brand and they need to be able to buy the brand. They're very familiar. So that's called trial and saliency. They know about the brand. If people don't know, then you lost the race there, I'd say. Then consumers need to understand that there's relevance in that. This is where Sunlight soap bar lost, because the people were washing clothes inside the bathroom. Relevance was lost. Then does it deliver performance? Now, we spoke about the HSBC example, great slogan, world's local bank. People love it. Strength of global strength and local knowledge. But you can't deliver it. If you don't deliver, people don't see an advantage. If all these are met, like Apple, people bond with the brand, either rationally or emotionally. People bond with Toyota cars rationally because they really deliver on safety, quality, and reliability. People bond with Apple computers because they are so lifestyle oriented. So when people bond with brands, you can charge premium prices. Now the challenge is to move the consumers up from presence. They know about it. They know that there's something good for them. They know that the brand is performing. They see an advantage. Then they bond with the brand. Bond with the brand. You have to move the consumers up the ladder. So that is brand equity. Now the question is, how do you build it? How do you build it?
Sir, small question.
Yeah, sure.
So now, is there any way when we practically utilize these methods to connect up the brand equity model, moving the target consumers to the level of bonding, and to get it into a referral to demand calculation? Is there any relevance to this?
Very, very good. So Priyanta, companies like, so I told you I sit with Inhemas and all that, and Unilever, Nestle's, they measure this. They quantitatively measure this. There is an agency called Quantum. They measure this, and then every month or every quarter, they get these numbers. What is the presence score? What is the relevance score? What is the performance score? What is the advantage score? What is the bonding score? Based on this, they really see whether, first of all, they see their marketing effectiveness, the return on marketing and trade investment. Then they see how well they can forecast the demand for the future. So some companies really do it, or some brands really do it. Some don't do it. Now, it depends on the industry, of course. Consumer goods and then maybe luxury goods, they measure this big time. We spoke about Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret would be measuring this inside out, especially at the top in terms of the bonding. Clear?
Yes.
So now the question is, how do you build brand equity? How do you build brand equity? So we said brand equity increases when the relationship with the brand is strong, when consumers bond with the brand. Now to do this, there are three drivers. You have to have the right brand elements. You have to have the right marketing programs and activities. And you have to have the right associations. Let's look at the first one. How do you find the right brand elements? Brand elements are what? Trademarks, logo, symbol, spokespeople, slogans, jingles. Challenge is to get this right. Like Nike got it. Nike, when they were looking for this name, as Phil Knight was talking in that video, remember? They got the name from an intern. She came and said, why don't you use the name Nike? It is a Greek goddess. The whole thing is about victory. They picked it up. And they developed this logo. And they got this promise. Perfect, isn't it? Just do it. Everybody knows this now. This is the secret. A lot of companies don't do extensive research, don't know marketing, and they take branding shortcuts. Because the chairman wants, they do it. Gut feel, they do it. Branding shortcuts.
Sometimes clients don't want to spend the time when it comes to doing a logo. A few years ago, I had a client who came to me and wanted to talk about doing a logo for a product. And I said, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to start by having a discussion about your audience, who are the intended customers, what is the perception that you want to create with this product, what does it do, who are your competitors, where might it sit on a shelf in addition to other products. Let's really understand the brand that you want to create. And he replied, I don't want to go through a long process like that. I'm just going to get a couple of designers and have them turn around a few options, and by the end of the week, I'll have a logo. The more options I have, the more designers I put on it, the better it will be. By the end of the week, I got an email. And there was a client who said, I saw the options that the designers gave me, and they were all garbage. Can I hire you? So I was really excited. We helped him by helping him articulate his brand. He'd never even thought about how people would describe his product to other people. He never really thought about how to differentiate his product from others that were similar on the market. He didn't think about social media. He didn't think about how people would perceive the product. He knew, he had his own idea of what it was. He could describe it. But I had to help him change his perception to say, this is the intention of this product, and this is how I want customers to view the value that it offers.
A lot of people don't have the patience to go through that whole process. They make wrong decisions. Their brands are not memorable, like Odell, like Clogard. I remember I was working in Unilever when Hemas introduced Clogard. Just how strong the brand is. Credible. Walt Disney. Very likable, fun, interesting. Amazon started, as you know, just to sell books online. Fortunately, they didn't call them Books R Us. If they had called them Books R Us, today Amazon won't be where it is today. See, Siddhalep, a great brand. How do we take it to other countries? You have to be a Sinhalese to understand that brand. But Tiger Balm, very strong. Samsung can go anywhere. You saw the Samsung example, adaptable. Sunlight logo, I remember getting copied every day, Xerox getting copied. But the way they have done it legally, it's protectable. There are 6 criteria. Some are building, some are defending. Second one is about having holistic marketing programs. You have the right elements, then you must activate those elements. Not advertising only. You have to do a lot of things. Contacts, every contact, your salesman, your internet, your company personnel, they all call brand contacts. If you have to build a brand, every brand contact has to be looked at. Emirates is a great brand. It's not only inside the airline, the brand has to live. No, everywhere. Their cabin crew, their seats, their aircraft, their officers in on-ground officers, their website, their ticketing, everywhere. So you need an integrated marketing campaign. Everybody has to come in. Everybody inside the company has to have a total approach. Like what Johnson's does. They build brand awareness at every point. Look at their range. You ask any mother, what is the best product you want to use on your baby? Mother will say, Johnson's. She may not have it. She may not be able to afford it. Johnson's baby. Huge brand awareness. The brand image. Look at the visual elements of packaging. It's all about softness, the positioning, in-depth understanding of the consumers, the whole bond between the mother and the child, the language of love, world over. Consistent communication everywhere. They don't show a lot of this nonsense. It's only mother and the child. That whole bond. Not a word spoken in that ad. Nothing about product, nothing about price, nothing about forcing people to buy. It's a bond. Sometimes some brands need to use secondary associations. Link in the brand to other things. It could be other brands. When Unilever sells Purit, they say it's a company that brings you sunlight. Places. Dilma says Ceylon. Things. People. You link it to anything. Kiel Super, I have seen lots of ads with Sangakkara. Nestle says any Maggie from Nestle. Dilma from Ceylon. Disney cartoon characters. Chocolates for Christmas. Emirates says, give some money to us. We are building a hospital in Bangladesh. People love it. The airline I fly to Dhaka is also building a hospital for the poor in Bangladesh. I must fly this airline. You link it to someone else. You link it to brands, other brands, people, things, places. Building brand equity. No, you build it, but it's very difficult. Like Nokia built a strong brand, no doubt about it, no? But they couldn't manage it for a long time. They couldn't maintain the brand equity for a long time. They couldn't connect with the consumers for a long time. Consumers went away. You need to constantly do two things. You can learn about them in detail. You have to reinforce the brand and revitalize the brand. Any plant like that, you have to reinforce it and revitalize it. The key word is innovation. If you don't innovate, there's no brand. If there's no innovation and creativity, period, finish, failure. Innovation is the difference between the leader and the follower. It breaks the status quo. They say in business, you do marketing and innovation right, most things will fall in place. It's insanity to think that you can do what you did in the past and continue for the future. Sometimes people imagine something today, their reality today. The COVID injection, see how people worked and innovated. So let's take the first one. What is brand reinforcement? Reinforcement means relaunching the brand, strengthening the core benefits. Look at the needs of the consumers. Innovate and bring relevance. You remember Nevia? Everybody knows about Nevia. It was a brand like this, in a tube. Now the tube is not there. Then they changed into a little jar like this. Still focusing on women. Only one product. But they reinforced their brand. They extended from skin cream to skin care to personal care. They've gone into full range of products, modernized the product, understood the needs. Today, can you believe it? Nevia has gone into men's range because of the power of the brand. Men's.
Nivea Men, the #1 men's skincare brand in the world and the leading men's skincare brand in the Far East, is proud to offer a wide range of products tailored to men's specific needs. We found, however, when at shelf, men were confused. We needed to find a way to help men better orientate themselves and find clarity at shelf. And we found the perfect solution. To guide the consumers, we initiated a massive renovation, focusing on two things. First, we more clearly differentiated the franchises. Second, we more clearly differentiated within each range. All this was possible thanks to standout new pack designs. We made the logo more prominent. We wrote the product type and name more clearly. We highlighted the benefits in the bar and ensured the RTB will always be an icon and placed in a new see-through area to better distinguish the type of formula. Finally, we changed the cap color to correspond with the formula color. The result? Clearer differentiation and stronger branding. Now, no more confusion at shelf and very happy consumers. Nivea Men, it starts with you.
So the whole reinforcement of the brand. Sometimes, so Nivea was always strong. So reinforcement happens when the brand is strong, right? You continue to innovate. You don't have to worry about it. The brand is already strong. Take it here, take it there, take it to men's, take it to children, take it to other categories, from skincare to personal care. Brand has to be strong, like I did with Sunlight. Soap to powder to various things. But when the brand is weak, you can't do this. Consumer habits are changing. Your brand is weak. You can't take a weak brand and do various things. You have to revitalize it first. How do I revitalize the brand? Is the brand losing? Are people leaving you? You have to get back to basics. Understand where you're strong. You have to reinvent that. Harley Davidson, once a very powerful brand. You know, those men with long hair, muscle men, they used to ride these bikes. People are so loyal. Honda came to US, introduced small bikes. They were very successful. There's no problem for Harley Davidson because their consumers were not going to those small bikes. Harley thought, my good gracious, look at Honda's success. Why don't we also launch a small brand? So they had these little Harley Davidson small bikes. Those men look at those bikes and say, holy cow, look at that. Harley Davidson. That special brand is no more there. They stopped buying. Company went into bankruptcy. They didn't want their big bikes become small and women riding. They recovered by going back to basics. Looked at their root strengths. They did grassroots marketing and went back to where they were strong. Left all these little ancillary positioning. Same happened to Mountain Dew. When Pepsi introduced Mountain Dew as a safeguard against Sprite, Coke's Sprite, lost. There was nothing. What is this? There is Sprite. Why do you need another one? Then they repositioned it. Repositioned the brand. For sports, extreme sports, young people who want to take risks, targeting young sports people.
Hey! पायलट एग्जाम मिस नहीं कर सकता। उस ट्रेन पर चढ़ना है।
पायलट ऐसे बनना है। गाड़ी हम छोड़वाएगा।
Hey, पेट्रोल तो पूरा है,
लेकिन ड्यू के बिना एडवेंचर अधूरा है।
लेफ्ट, राइट। मेरी दादी इससे बेहतर गाड़ी चलाती है।
तो खुद चला ले।
Shortcut. Aw. Cute. देख, अब ये ट्रेन छूटनी नहीं चाहिए।
तुझे तो ट्रेन पे चढ़ा के ही रहेंगे।
No, 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 no.
क्या? Thank you.
नहीं, माउंटेन ड्यू।
Come on!
माउंटेन ड्यू, यार हैं तो पार हैं।
So you need a branding strategy to do this. What is the range architecture that you're going to have, like Coke has, like Nivea has, like Pepsi has? Are you going to use the sub-brand approach? How do you going to extend your brand? Like Toyota has done. Toyota has only 2 brands, Toyota and Lexus. All the mass brands are under one big brand called the master brand. Toyota master brand or the family brand. They have the Corolla, they have the Camry. A lot of advantages, because when the brand is strong, you can go into different segments. But when the brand is weak, what happened to their Prius brand? Remember Prius, Toyota Prius had lots of issues, had a huge problem on the equity of the master brand. So when you extend strong brands, you have to be very careful. You can extend a brand that you have into various other products in the same line. Elephant House is a strong brand. They are in fizzy drinks. You can go into soft drinks. That's called line extension within the same category. Risk is very little.
සමහර දේවල් රසවත් වගේම හරිම ගුණයි. නියම පළතුරු හා ග්‍රීන් ටී මුස් වූ එලිෆන්ට් හවුස් ට්විස්ටි. රසය ගුණය එකට සපිරි ට්විස්ටි.
Line extension. You're in one category, very strong brand, go into other categories. I have to put this example because my friend is there in the class. You have a very strong brand in one category, extend into a different category. Very risky. You're a very strong biscuit brand, extend into milk powder. Very risky, but they have done it well. If you do it well, it has a huge benefit. If you get it wrong, it can backfire.
මෙන්න මහත්යටම කියාපු කිරිපිටි જાතියක්. ෂා මැලිබන් කිරි. මහත්ය දන්නවද? මැලිබන් කිරි ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ එකම කිරිපිටි කර්මාන්තශාලාවකින් තමයි ගෙන්නන්නේ.
හැබැයිට
කැටි ගහන්නේ නැතුව ඉක්මනට දිය වෙන හින්දා නාස්තියකුත් නැහැ.
මුදලාලි මට දෙන්නකෝ පැකට් දෙකක්ම.
ඔව් ඉතින් මහත්ය හැමදාමත් ඉල්ලන්නේ මැලිබන් දේවල්මනේ.
මැලිබන් කිරි නමගත් නමකින් ඉස්තරම් කිරි.
Dilub, I had to play that ad, send some Maliban Kiri to me, huh?
Really? Okay. You're running short of stocks?
No. Don't worry.
Right.
Don't worry. So we have a little case study. A great company, 150 years old. But though it is 150 years old, people think, or in the survey it has come, as the world's most innovative company after Apple. Can you believe it? 50 leadership in categories. Procter & Gamble. All those strong brands. How do they do it?
Hello, I'm Paul Michelman, Director of Content for Harvard Business Digital, and I am delighted to be joined today by A.G. Lafley, the Chairman and CEO of Procter & Gamble. A.G. is also the author of a new book, which he co-wrote with consultant Ram Charan, called The Game Changer: How You Can Drive Revenue and Profit Growth with Innovation. A.G., thanks so much for taking the time to talk today.
My pleasure, Paul.
Okay. Our goal today is to look at what it takes to make innovation an everyday practice in your organization, which is, of course, both the theme of your new book and also one of the key drivers of what's really been a remarkable run of success at P&G under your leadership. So you open The Game Changer by saying, "My job at Procter & Gamble is focused on integrating innovation into everything we do." A.G., what is innovation at P&G? How do you define it?
Well, Paul, we define it differently and more broadly than we did 10 years ago, and certainly differently and more broadly than we did 30 years ago when I joined the company. Historically, P&G and I think a lot of companies have defined innovation rather narrowly as technology or product and technology. That's just the beginning for us. Okay, we define it, we try to define it in the terms that our consumers view it and experience it. So for us, innovation is the brand in addition to the product. It's the design of the shopping and the usage experience in addition to the functional attributes or benefits. It is the business model. It is the way we go to market and the supply chain. It is the way we create a cost structure so we can deliver delightful new products at affordable costs.
Okay, so we've got the what. Let's look a little bit at the how. You use a phrase at P&G that I love: the customer is the boss. Let's dig into what that means really. How do managers at P&G make sure the innovation efforts are really focused on the needs and demands of the customer?
When we get it right and where we get it right, and this is a journey, okay, we're not at the end point, we really try to put the customer, or in our case, the end consumer, at the center of everything that we do. And in the case of the innovation process, we want the consumer engaged at the front end. What does that mean? Right after we have an idea, right after we have the kernel of a technology, right after we have the most primitive of prototypes, we engage with consumers. It may only be a few at the beginning, but what we ideally would like to do is literally co-create and co-design with target consumer prospects who are most likely to become buyers and users of the eventual brand and product.
Okay. In the excerpt from your book that we're publishing in
Can you have a look at the case study? Very, very interesting case study. Spend some time reading it, and I want you to answer those questions. Innovation. Only way to keep the brand strong, reinforcement, revitalization is through innovation. Innovation is not something that you do technology or product. It's a company-wide thing. It's a philosophy. Customer is the boss. When the customer goes, customer changes, you have to change. Sometimes even before the customer change, you anticipate and you change. We never wanted music in our phone. We were very happy with our little Walkmans and little stereos and all that. Apple put it. We love it. We can't be without. We never wanted the camera in the phone, but we had a need. We had to take the camera and we had to take the phone. We couldn't take the camera everywhere we went, but we loved to collect memories. So they put the camera in the phone. They were ahead of us. But there was a need. It was inside. They read it. That is the success of successful companies. That is why this company, 175 years old, 50 leadership positions, strong brands, second most innovative company after Apple. Apple is a very new company. innovation. Okay, shall we read this? Who would like to go? किस अध्ययन है? Capabilities and philosophies of P&G. Any thoughts? Dilum, you're from the consumer side. What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Others?
So I think for the first one, there are a lot of innovations. Because of that, they face all challenges in the market.
Because of innovations, they didn't face challenges. They mitigated the challenges by taking a very innovative approach.
Yes.
It's the other way around. And they built capability and philosophies inside the organization across the business.
Yes.
Most of the time, I don't know whether you know, when you talk of innovation, people say, product innovation. Innovation is not only in product. You heard AJ Lafley talking about it. Process, technology, the way we work.
Yeah.
So I think one of the biggest challenges they probably face is consistency across all the brands, consistency across experience as well. They probably mitigate that because they are more of a house of brands, but I think that would be one of their biggest challenges because it all comes back to P&G with the expectation that consumers have.
Absolutely. They have a challenger. They have some brands which they don't get enough focus. I remember when I was working, again, I bring a lot of Unilever examples because I have worked there for 25 years. When we launched Comfort, they have a brand called Downy. Can you see this here? Downy. That's their fabric softener brand. Great brand, great product, but not enough focus. They did a lot of research in male grooming. They couldn't launch a good male grooming product, and that's why they went and acquired Gillette. And they had to pay a huge premium for that. Right? Okay. So we go into the summary part of it today. So we learned about the brand. How do you differentiate the brand? The brand being a promise. And then we spoke about how brand awareness has to be built at the lowest level so people recognize and recall the brand. And then we spoke about the brand image part. Then we spoke about the three drivers of brand equity, elements, marketing and secondary associations. Then we spoke about choice criteria of brand elements: memorability, meaningful, likable, transferable, adaptable, and protectable. Then we spoke about brand contacts. Entire organization need to be rallied around this. Then we spoke about brand reinforcement or revitalization. It's all about innovation. And then last, we spoke about line extensions and category extensions. Any questions before we break for lunch? So far, so good, everybody?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we'll break for lunch and we come back at 1 o'clock.
Right. Thank you. Right.
Thank you. No, enable screen sharing. Right. So good afternoon. We looked at some fundamentals of marketing, mostly focusing on products. You remember we discussed about the 4 Ps, and we finished by building brands, though it is applicable for services, mostly focused on products. But today in the world, there are a lot of services, service brands, like we saw the HSBC, Emirates, Disney. They are all an act of performance. The act of performance, somebody performing something for your benefit. When you're flying from Colombo to Dubai, the product is just the seat and the aircraft, but the experience is the staff there. It's an intangible thing. It's intangible. You can't touch, like the Maliban milk. You can't touch it. Intangible. And when you finish, when you get out of the plane and you go out of the airport, you have nothing. You have no ownership. Unlike buying a Sensodyne toothpaste. So there's no production as such. It lies on only one thing, which is about the customer service. Excellent customer service. Nothing else. So services could be online, digitally, whatever. But it is very different from a pure tangible good like a toothpaste, soap. It is sometimes a little bit of a tangible good, but more a service like a computer, cell phone, even a restaurant. You go and eat something in a restaurant, a meal, but it's all about the restaurant, the ambience, the service, and the whole being there. So some are pure service. Now, for example, what I am doing with you is teaching you. I mean, what you finally have is the knowledge I impart and this set of notes. So it's a pure service. Now, this is a great example. You know, they sell coffee, right? Starbucks sell all kinds of coffee, hot beverage, and they charge for that. It can vary from $4 to $5 to whatever. Different countries, different markets. We don't even know the profit margin they make. Only thing we know is that they source coffee from the best in the world. Ethiopia is one such country. They tie up with farmers to buy best quality coffee for very low prices. They may buy a kilo of coffee for a few dollars. From a kilo of coffee, we know that they can make a lot of cups of coffee. So Starbucks, what do they offer? They offer a pleasurable, relaxed customer experience. I mean, of course, the quality of coffee goes hand in hand, but the quality of the experience, enjoyable memories, the whole togetherness. It's not about the price. To inspire and nurture the human spirit. One person, one cup, one neighborhood at a time. One of the world's strongest brands today.
It's sort of our special place because this is where we used to go for our dates. We've been together for almost 23 years, and Starbucks is a huge part of that. People are welcoming and it's kind of nurturing.
It's not just a cup of coffee, it's an atmosphere.
It's memories. It's just conversation. It's about relationships. Starbucks is kind of like a second home.
So the perfect Starbucks experience for me would be walking in.
So I'm opening the door.
I walk in the door.
And there is an open seat, and it's the window seat, and the sun's coming in.
I get a nice big smile from everybody who works here.
Not only are you recognized, but you feel valued.
The barista asks me how my day is, and they tell me something about their day, and then we laugh.
Not only am I just a face you remember, but you actually remember something about me.
I come down here with other people. They have the names written on the cups basically before we even get to the cast.
When they know you and they already have your drink put aside, I love that.
You feel pretty special, like, you know, somebody crowned you queen for the day or something, right?
Get that perfect first sip. This is just the way I like it.
When I leave, the barista says, "Bye, Milan." They say, "Bye." Insert barista's name.
Getting my name wrong at the bar. My name's Dave. It's a pretty generic name.
I think for me, its biggest thing, which is the most difficult thing, is just to treat every customer like they're so special. I may be your 100th customer, but you're my first barista.
When I come to this location, they made an effort to get to know me.
And there was this new girl, I hadn't seen her before, and she says, "How do you say your name?" So I told her. The next day I came in, she greeted me by name. So I thought it was a really special touch.
They love working here. I love coming here. It's a really nice feeling to feel that connection.
I say valuable, like I matter.
When I walk in, it's like they know me.
And one of the baristas was there, and I observed this old guy came in, and she asked him where his wife was. What she didn't know is the wife had passed away, and he started to tear up. And she came around and she gave him a big hug, and it was the nicest thing because he obviously felt safe enough to share with that and to cry. And I just thought, that's a special barista. You will find a way to connect with somebody because it's coming from your heart.
So such a great brand built only through experiences delivered by someone else. Did you notice how much they talk about the baristas and how valuable that is for people, for that experience? Nobody talks about the coffee, or very few talks about the coffee. It's about the ambience, it's about the experience, it's about the lifestyle. So this is what services are. They're very different to products. Very different to products. They're intangible. You can't touch. You can't see it, you can't taste it, you can only feel it as and when you buy it. So how is Starbucks able to standardize this experience in all the Starbucks outlets? Because when you go to Starbucks, when you see the brand, you go in with a set of expectations. Whether it's in England, whether it's in the US, whether it's in India, the expectations are the same. So, intangible standards. Intangible standards. But they have to be tangibilized. Otherwise, people will have different expectation versus delivery issues. That's called tangibilizing the intangible. Disney is a master in this. Master in this. Toys R Us now in trouble. They've also like that. Any outlet that you go to, the intangible part is tangibilized by putting standards, SOPs, The service part cannot be taken out like a good. So you go to a supermarket, take a toothpaste tube and you go home. You have something in your hand. Service, you can't do that. It's inseparable. It's not inventorized. It's not distributed. It's not stored and later consumed. So you go to a musical show, say you go to Amaradeva show without Amaradeva coming, he's anyway passed away, Victor Ratnayaka comes. Different experience. You don't get the Amaradeva experience. Inseparable. Intangible, inseparable. It varies from where to whom to when. It varies. You have to have the right people for that. You have to standardize their service performance. You have to monitor customer satisfaction. Otherwise, you don't know how people experience it. It's not a product. Hilton had a huge issue with its service, variability of service. This new CEO, when he came, he did a H360, full review of their service across all Hilton hotels and resorts, because he wanted to protect the brand. And then he put up an action plan of his findings. Based on his findings, he put up an action plan. Today, Hilton has the highest brand equity among 40 hotel chains. They invested on hiring and training people. They standardized the service performance throughout the company, and they monitored customer satisfaction very closely. That's the variability of service. Otherwise, it depends from one person to the another. Services are perishable. It cannot be stored. Perishable. Peak time, off-peak time, perishable. So very important for companies to manage this. Otherwise, peak time, a lot of people will come and you can't give the service and they will get frustrated. Now, Taco Bell, they sell very basic Mexican food. But because their brand got stronger and stronger, they had huge demand during peak time. But non-peak time, they had less demand. So they took various actions. Manage various actions. That's called demand or yield management. Drive-throughs and discounts and various things. Otherwise, because it's perishable, somebody comes to get a Taco Bell service during the peak time. If you're not able to deliver, he will go somewhere else. You can't put him to off-peak. But in product, you can. You can store. So I remember when I was working, again, a Unilever example, Astra, huge peak during Aurudu and Christmas. You can't meet the demand. So what do? We make ahead of time. In the month of March, you build up stock. I think a lot of these food companies do that. December, Christmas, huge demand. You build up stock early, but service you can't. You cannot inventorize. Taco Bell cannot make the stuff and keep. to be used in peak time. But they can have procedures and processes to cut short the lead times. So marketers are improving. They're understanding that the customer today is very empowered. When you fly Singapore Airlines today, you know what Singapore Airlines is. You want to be part of the brand. You want to co-produce. When you go to eat, you want to discuss with the chef how he makes the food, what you want. Unlike buying a product, there's a toothpaste tube made, you take it and go. You don't discuss with the factory manager about how to make it. But in service, there's always, you like to discuss. People, when they experience service, like the Starbucks example, they want engagement, co-production. When you go to Starbucks, you want to talk to the barista. That's why you need employees of service companies to engage with customers. Great service companies are built by employees engaging with customers. Everybody knows this. Today, the world, of course, today, air travel has come to a complete standstill. Otherwise, air travel had been revolutionized by these low-cost airlines. They have revolutionized it. But this one airline, Singapore Airlines, hardly got affected. They don't have a low-cost arm. They, of course, have Silk Air, which is regional routes. They fly to same destinations, hardly getting affected in terms of the cabin factor and all that. And they charge or maintain premium pricing. Because the way they market their product and deliver the experience, next best thing to home or office is to be in a Singapore Airlines aircraft. Imagine being in an aircraft, a confined space, on air, you're leaving your loved ones, you're leaving your comforts. And then it's very uncertain there. They make sure that what you leave behind, at least close to an equivalent, your bed, your coffee, your office room, everything is given to you. And in addition, the Singapore girl.
Making every journey personal. Singapore Airlines, a great way to fly.
Every journey made personal. And that's how you create that whole memorable experience for which people are willing to pay. And that is what service marketing is all about. So service industry is becoming increasingly important. Marketing of services is becoming more and more important. You need marketing excellence there. So in service marketing, there are 3 types of marketing involved. 3 types of marketing. First is the internal part, where people in the organization needs to be, because it's delivered through people. There has to be training and motivating employees to serve the customers well. External marketing is a normal work where you do your pricing, distributing, promoting, marketing activities. But service marketing cannot be done in isolation. There's always an employee serving the client. Interactive marketing. Employee, Singapore girl has to serve the client to make the journey memorable. So there are 3 types, therefore: internal, external, and interactive. But to deliver this, you need technology. You need technology. Technology is very important for service delivery. Technology plays a huge role for people to work productively. So we're going to talk a little bit about best practices. For everybody to learn, all service companies to learn, they must understand the best practices. I remember again during my Unilever time, when we wanted to set up a customer service unit in terms of managing the customer experiences, the post-purchase behavior. Remember, we studied that in the buyer decision-making model, post-purchase behavior. We went and studied how Ritz-Carlton does it. There is a little case study, not case study, an example I'm going to cite later. Ritz-Carlton is supposed to be a best practice company in delivering the service experience. So we went and studied that, though we were at that time in FMCG, whereas they were in service, but they are very, very particular about some of these things. So 6 characteristics you will see in great service companies, be it Starbucks, be it Singapore Airlines. You will see 6 characteristics. That is, they call it strategic concept. They make customer focus, bring it to the highest level. Chairman downwards is customer obsessed. Customer obsessed. Chairman wants to listen to the voice of the customer. He wants to go and meet the customers. He wants to go and meet the dealers. Obsessed. When chairman behaves like that, all the others have to behave like that. They make it so strategic. They bring KPIs to the strategy. Ritz-Carlton, the Four Seasons. They're all in that league. All in that league. Very strategic. Obsessed with customers. And the top management commitment is huge. Huge. At McDonald's, they say that your paycheck is brought to you by the customer. Top to bottom. And they maintain very high standards of customer service. Citibank measures how long do they take to answer calls. How long does it take to return the call? FedEx, they measure accuracy. 98% accuracy, someone else would be very happy. They're saying that 2% therefore means 64,000 packages are lost. They are not happy with that. High standards are met. Nobody's, it's okay. High standards. They make profits, profiteering. Loyal customers are a good source to make profits. Various loyalty cards. Good source to make profit. You encourage people when they are loyal, you encourage them by giving more loyalty benefits. People buy more. It's even better for the company. Discounts, offers for loyalty. But top service companies have very, very strong monitoring systems. You can't believe how strong they are in their monitoring. They collect customer satisfaction data, a lot of monitoring. And the last one is about customer complaints. They encourage customers to complain and they monitor that. HSBC is one such company. So go back to the 6 and have a quick look. Go back to the 6. How do you differentiate service? Service marketers need to constantly, like in products, differentiate service. That's how you win. They differentiate on primary service and secondary service. Primary service is what customers expect. Secondary service is what the company adds. In Starbucks, you expect a good cup of coffee and a place to sit. But the baristas talk. That is the secondary service. Every day in a service company, like in a product company, you need innovation. Now today, there are lots of budget carriers. But this was all started by Southwest in the US. They found that American Airlines, Delta, they charged very premium prices for short-haul flights. Flights were delayed, a lot of food given, a lot of wastage. They flew into big airports. There's so much rush in the big airport. Even for a short domestic flight, people have to go through, passengers have to go through the normal, the checking and everything. Southwest said, why is this? People want to travel on work or on leisure or whatever. Very short flights, 1.5 hours, 1 hour, 45 minutes, maximum 2 hours. Why do you want to give them food? Why do you want to send them through these lounges and 3 hours and all this nonsense? And why do you want to fly to these big airports and inconvenience people? They said, we will operate a fleet of aircrafts, top-end aircrafts, no entertainment, no food, nothing. If you want food, eat at home or buy. No lounges. You come there at quick notice. Flight leaves on time, you get in. If you want a drink or something, you can buy. No fancy meals, no fancy TVs. It will fly to small destinations. So you're closer to your location. No big rush at the airport. You can quickly get out, take your baggage. You're in the car or wherever, you're there. The whole thing was built on people. Innovation, serve better. People. Normally in this industry, as you know, bankruptcies, unhappy customers. Southwest followed a very different route. The differentiated service. All through employees.
There are people who find their own paths, chart their own course, who never stop moving forward and never, ever back down. Entrepreneurs and journeymen, mavericks and pioneers, who believe the American dream doesn't just happen, it's something you have to work for. We're for those kinds of people, because we're that kind of airline. We're never finished, never satisfied, and we never stop looking for a better way. It's what's made Southwest like nobody else. And it's how we've grown into America's largest domestic airline. We are Southwest. Welcome aboard.
It's all through people, how they have become the best airline. So we're going to talk a little bit about managing service quality. It's all about the customer experience. Researchers have found 5 determinants. First of all, reliability has to be very high. That's what Southwest did. Promised service, delivered on time. Second, you're giving an experience to people. So your employees need to have the mindset to provide the service. You have to have the assurance that when you give this service, People need to have that assurance, empathy, caring, and finally, tangibles. American Express is very good in that. They build relationships with customers. They monitor what is called NPS, Net Promoter Score. You might want to underline that. That's a very important parameter. They ask customers how about their experience in customer service. Net Promoter Score. Thereby, they make customers very, very happy, satisfied. Net Promoter Score. Right. So in product marketing, we had the 4 Ps: place, price, product, and promotion. In service marketing, in addition to these 4, we have to add 3 more. In addition to the 4 Ps of marketing, you have to add 3 more factors: people, process, and physical evidence. People, process, and physical evidence. So it's all about the customer satisfaction, customer experience, the other 3 Ps. So Ritz-Carlton is about, ladies and gentlemen. We are ladies and gentlemen serving customers also as ladies and gentlemen. Promote employee engagement so that people work very hard to make your customers happy. Employee empowerment is critical here. Engaging people, making customer service part of the mission.
In 2013, The Lion and the Crown, for the very first time, made its way to India and brought with it the legendary Ritz-Carlton experience. Let us hear from the stalwarts who have been an integral part of 5 successful years of the very first Ritz-Carlton in India. 5 glorious years at the Ritz-Carlton Bangalore. What does it remind you of?
Genuine care. The Ritz-Carlton mystique.
Legendary. Emotional engagement.
Empowered. Inspiring. Fulfilling even the unexpressed wishes and needs of our guests.
Gracious.
Respect. Diversity is valued. Community footprint. Proud.
We are ladies and gentlemen, serving ladies and gentlemen.
5 years of unparalleled luxury, 5 years of fabulous hospitality. We are 5 and we are fabulous. The first Ritz-Carlton in India.
So it's the 4 Ps and 3 other Ps that have come. 7 Ps of marketing. 7 Ps of marketing in a service scenario, service marketing mix. So identify the 7 Ps. The first one, in addition to the 4 Ps, is people, because we said it's about people serving people. Ladies and gentlemen, serving ladies and gentlemen. You have to have the right people. You can't give a service experience without people. Unlike a product, you can make the product and put it in a supermarket shelf and do great marketing. It will sell, and if the product is good, people will come and buy. But here, continuously serve, continuously serve. Mindset is serve. You saw the Southwest example. People are different. These are the different people who will go out of the way to serve the people. You saw the Ritz-Carlton. People, ladies and gentlemen, people are treated as ladies and gentlemen. They are also treated well. That's how it starts. First, you treat your employees well, like ladies and gentlemen. They in turn will look after your customers. They have great processes. Otherwise, you can't replicate a service experience from one location to another. Great processes. And of course, the physical evidence, the store, the plane, the hotel, all those are important. People, processes, and physical evidence. If you can get this right, then you have a great service experience. Even some of the product companies like Caterpillar or even companies that sell products have to have a great service. Why is Sony not so good? Not because the product is bad, because their service is not as good as Samsung or LG. Let's spend some time on this hospital, the Parkway Hospital. Page 460. And I want you to answer those questions. Sleepy time. So it's good to read and talk a little bit about this. Right. Can I have your thoughts on this, the questions? Parkway hospitals. Anyone wants to start?
Sir, I think in Parkway Hospital, what they have scored more than the primary services, they were scoring on the secondary services.
Absolutely.
Especially there are very important things like, admission-free procedures, appointment-free procedures, and second opinion for the patients, and also the experiences of, 5-star level. And
also when patients come, they come with a very low state of mind, and they really understand that and help them. Yeah, continue, Priyanta.
And also the post-surgical care insurance is something that they have innovated and benchmarked the industry. Even in Sri Lanka now it gets practiced. That was a spot insurance that they do from the hospital point of view.
Yeah, absolutely.
These are the things that they have attracted more patients.
Others? Other question?
The other question says why not the risk of not having the pay list doctors. Actually, that there will be a problem for them to handle when the peak time comes in. So when emergency handling, if they don't have a doctors on list, they may have to wait for those doctors.
Correct.
So that's the.
We have a few doctors in the class, no? Can we have their comments? Doctors? Channeling voltage.
Sir, this is Asela here. I have a slightly different opinion with regard to the second question. I think Parkway is not employing doctors because they want to give preference to the customer. Say if the customer, just to differentiate their service as a critical factor, if they keep one person as a specialist, if the customer requests someone else, then they have to do amendments, or they have to bring the other doctor in. So they have given the preference to the customer to select. So in that case, they don't want to keep a set of doctors with them, but they have given preference to the customer to select in order to provide a better service or to honor the request of the customer.
Good, very good.
I'm Dr. Jairuan. So the one point I realized in this story is when doctor wants to give cutting edge treatment or services for special clients that they are getting. So there is option in this hospital chain because they are doing special kind of individual based options. They are offering options those customers to stay in their institute. So doctors are also comfortable in this way too when they consider about the medical tourism aspect.
Very good. Good point. Very good point.
So if I can get your opinion on a thought regarding Parkway.
Yeah.
See, we are talking about medical tourism. And one of the more stressful aspects of medical tourism is the travel in itself, both pre and post. Would it be what do you think of them extending that same service capacity, service excellence into that aspect of the service?
Traveling part, which is the
Yes,
flying
sir.
part.
Yeah.
But that would be, so that will not be a primary service, it will be a secondary service.
Secondary service, sir.
They have to tie up with somebody.
Maybe.
They won't have a capability. Maybe
They won't have a capability, but through tie-ups and through partnerships. Because that part to me is always one of the most stressful aspects, both pre and post.
That's a very good point you're making. Maybe special seats and special care and so on.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. I think Sri Lanka is missing this opportunity, no, isn't it?
Big time, sir.
Big time. Big time. There are segments now, so we don't have to go to the Parkway segment, but there would be other segments to attract from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. People who cannot afford Parkway type hospitals, we can attract here. And that would be
Durden's was doing that, right? I know a lot of people from Seychelles used to come to Sri Lanka for treatment, because I had colleagues who were working with me in Qatar, and their preferred choice, instead of going to, let's say, South Africa, it was quite a lot of them used to come to Durden's, the heart center.
Okay.
Second question is on the risk right now. When you don't have doctors, in-house doctors, there's a possibility of, you have competitive hospitals also. So the patient might, go through other hospitals also.
Is that a risk? We have some experts here.
So the way that they design the management of this special kind of treatments, so they don't there is a risk, but I think that the management system will itself give them solutions.
I think so. I think so. Very good. So we move to the summary part. Good discussion. So here we looked at service as an act of performance, not necessarily a product, but act of performance. And then we looked at the 4 characteristics of a service being intangible, inseparable, variable, and perishable. We looked at some great service trends that are happening: customer empowerment, co-production, and satisfied employees. We spoke about the high-tech, high-touch part. You need high-tech, at the same time high-touch from employees. We looked at some great service companies and then identified 6 characteristics of such companies, how they make it really strategic, how top management commitment is, how they make money out of loyalty, how they use systems. Then we looked at how product-based companies are also using service, and then this whole 7 Ps of marketing, which is slightly different to the product, because we have people angle, there's process angle, and then the physical evidence kind of angle. Right. So I will do another 1 lecture. Then I want to discuss the exam style questions. What I will do is I will give you some possible question options. I'll give you about 10 questions. Out of the 10, I will at the exam maybe give you 8. From the 8, you select 5. But you're prepared for all 10. I will put 8, and from the 8, you answer 5. Is that okay? Because if I don't do it today and I do it the next Saturday, then you won't have time. So if I do it today, then you will have some directional help what to study. Is that good?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but these are, the English dictionary says similar and same. There are 2 different meanings. These are not same questions. These are similar questions. And you will have to pick and choose from the 10. I will give only 8 and you answer only 5. So 20 marks per question. You will have 5 questions, 100 marks. 50 taken from that, 30 from the presentation, 20 from the individual assignment. That's the plan, right? So we take a quick 15 minutes break. We come at 2:15, and then we do the last session, which is on channels. And then we'll get into questions. Right. Channels and distribution. So when a company has a product, say Maliban biscuits, they have the Maliban biscuits in the factory produced, but how does it reach the end user? Maliban doesn't sell to end users, the final user. You have to go through a set of intermediaries, underline that. Intermediaries. In other words, they have to go through a marketing channel, be it a trade channel or a distribution channel. So these are independent organizations, distributors, dealers. They are not owned by the company. Final consumer use the product or consume the product, but it has to go through the channel. See, you have the producer. Producer can sell to consumer, but that's very rare. Sometimes a furniture production company can sell to the consumer in the factory itself. That's very rare. Sometimes the company can sell to key retailers, and the retailer in turn sells to consumer. Or the company sells to the wholesaler. In this case, the distributor is also a wholesaler. And he break bulk, sell to the retailer, and goes to the consumer. This combination is called the marketing channel. Now, if a manufacturer like Unilever, Hemas, would find it really cost prohibitive to open up their own stores, the best option would be to tap into the dealer-retailer network. Dealer-retailer network. Already established dealer-retailer network. The wholesalers not only sell one manufacturer's products, but sell everybody's products. Same with the dealers. Some companies have exclusive distributors. Some companies have common distributors. So these channels are very important. It's part of the marketing strategy. They convert the company products through customers and make the customers profitable customers. Potential buyers are become profitable customers. So the whole pricing of the company depends on this. The sales force, the advertising, channel choices, all these are dependent on this. It's part of the marketing strategy. We just now learned about segmenting, targeting, and positioning. The right segment that you want to go depends on how do you go there. You need to have the right channel. Panadol has to reach each and every outlet for a consumer to buy when he has a pain, headache. Pain relief has to be at arm's length, widely distributed. How do you widely distribute? You have to have the distributors, you have to have the retailers, you have to have the wholesalers, you have to have the supermarkets. Huge channel system, intermediaries are required. Different companies have different strategies. Underline this. Some companies push their product through the channel. Some companies talk directly to the consumer. Consumer pulls from the channel. Panadol depends on pull. Some companies where the brand doesn't have good offtake push the product. A push strategy where you do a lot of trade promotions, discounts, and push the product. Pull strategy focuses on advertising, consumer promotions as opposed to trade promotions. Create a demand so that the product gets pulled. Now, Apple, Coke, Nike, they're very strong brands. They do a little bit of pushing, but mostly they focus on pull strategies. The pull strategy. But the world is changing today. one channel is not enough. Now, take us. We buy in supermarkets. We go and buy in pharmacies also. We go and buy in general trade. So we go to many outlets. So companies in return need to think of multi-channel marketing to reach different shopper segments. Multi-channel marketing to reach shopper segments in each area. So each channel focuses on a different shopper segment. General trade focuses on a particular segment. Modern trade focuses on a particular segment. Pharmacies focus on another segment. Malls focus on another segment. Companies need to get this right. Now take the case that I discussed. If you take a L'Oreal-like shampoo, they have to go into more hairdressers and cosmetic stores and all that. But if you take a Lifebuoy-like shampoo, they have to go into mass outlets. It depends on the segmentation. But you have to do it at the right cost. Right cost. Now take HP, for example. They sell to large accounts. They have medium-sized accounts. Large accounts, they sell to telemarketing. Medium-sized accounts, they sell to direct mailers. Small accounts, they go through retailers, internet, and so on. So different approaches are required for different channel partners. So great companies focus on multi-channel marketing. Now digital is coming a big way. Online, e-commerce, e-merchants, own websites. So you need an integrated marketing channel system. Integrated marketing channel system. All depends on the kind of coverage you want. Underline that. Market coverage you want. What are your targeted channel costs? How much customized selling do you need? Now, when you want to sell medical equipment like our friend Priyanta does, you need to do a lot of customized selling. So that's very expensive. But if you want to sell Mari biscuits, you need increased coverage at the lowest possible cost. That is called an integrated marketing channel system. Marketing channels, as you know, move goods from producer to the consumer. Now, take this example, juicy fruit. This is a very small product. So the company cannot establish retail gum shops. It's very expensive. They can't sell online also. So you have to have an extensive network of distribution organizations. So you need a network of channel members. Network of channel members. What are their functions? Underline that. They are the information provider of what's happening out there in the marketing environment. They are the ones who help to develop the communication. They reach consumers, pricing agreements, place orders, bulk, break in bulk. Inventory is financed by them. They take the risk. storage, movement. Channel member functions. They take the credit risk in the market. They take the distribution responsibility. They take the responsibility to break bulk and give small quantities to retailers. They give the information back to the company. So therefore, they are very, very important. They sell, they deliver, and they also have to look after the after sales service. If there are recalls, they have to manage. If product is faulty, they need to manage. If the product breaks down, they need to manage. Now LG sells through Abans here. LG brand is sold through Abans. The entire service part in Sri Lanka is managed by Abans. Delivery part is managed by Abans. The sales part is managed by Abans. So it's very important to have the right channel partners because they use a lot of money, scarce resources. Huh? You need specialization here. Now see, for the example, this example about selling fitness equipment. They do a lot of different channels, reaching customers. Read that little box for you to understand. So you have to design the channel well. Design the channel well. There are interrelated tasks, 7 tasks. They have to be very carefully analyzed. In channels, we don't focus on the consumer, but we focus on the shopper. Now, the Melbourne example, the consumer could be the child, but the shopper could be the mother. So you have to focus on the shopper. Understand the shopper needs and wants. Price, product assortment, convenience. What are the shopping goals? Why is the shopper coming here? The shopper might use different channels for different times, different reasons, because the shoppers are willing to look at how they can trade up. High-end goods, how they can buy high-end goods. They look at trade down, discounts. They may look at bargains, catalogs. The focus should be on the shopper, not on the consumer. Of course, the consumer has to be understood in your marketing plans, but when it comes to channels, the focus should be really, really on the consumer part. Sorry, on the shopper part. So therefore, shopper needs, the shopping missions, channel selection, all that has to be understood. Second one is about establishing objectives and constraints. What are the channel objectives? What does the channel want? Does the channel want bulky products to handle? non-standard product. What do they want to do? They also have objectives. If you ask a distributor, what are your objectives? He will tell you, I want to make ROI of this much. I want to sell these kind of products. My expansion plans are like this. Now, Apple is the brand owner as well as their own channel. Apple sells through dealers also. But a very successful model they have started recently called Apple Experience Stores. It's very successful. Now they can afford these kind of stores because they have hefty margins.
So is it advisable for you to go into if that is not in your core competencies?
If it is not in your core competency, it is very, very risky. But Apple, because they are a very rich company, they can buy that core competency by getting the people. So they get experts to run their stores. That's a very good question, Priyanta. But you can give the whole brand experience in a different way here. Only Apple-like companies can do this. I told you Harley Davidson have their own stores. But companies like Munchie or Ceylon Biscuits or Unilever, they can't do it because they want wide distribution. When you do this, you upset your normal retailers. So you have to be very careful. Now, each channel, whether it's modern trade, general trade, your own stores, e-commerce, they have their strengths and weaknesses. Now, many people say e-commerce very good, but e-commerce has its own weaknesses. You have to understand these strengths and weaknesses. Now, if you plot cost per transaction to the value addition on the y-axis, you will see internet, selling through internet, low cost because there are no sales force, there's no sales force, there's no retailers, the wholesalers, so margins are not there, but there's no value addition. Nobody's talking. Telemarketing is slightly better. Retail shops, slightly better. The best is to have your own sales force. So when you are selling very complicated high-end products like our friend Priyanta, MRI scanners, CT scanners, you need highly qualified sales force. This is normally direct sales. But if you sell through distributors, distributor takes part of your responsibility. Cost per transaction goes up because you have to part with your margin, part of your margin to the distributor. He gives value-added services. So try and understand this. Internet is the cheapest way to sell, but limited. Having the sales force is the best, your own sales force. I remember again, during my Unilever time, Unilever had its own sales force, very high cost. Then we changed it to distributor sales force. Then it's about selecting your channel members.
So what is value-added partners mean?
Value-added partners would be more than a distributor, like what you are doing, Priyanta. You are more than a distributor. You have you do other things that the distributors don't do, relationship with the government, getting approvals from the government and so on.
Is from manufacturer's point of view, is it?
Yes, yes. You add value to the manufacturer, not just break bulk and sell, but you add value. Slightly more than the distributor. How do you select channel members? Be very, very careful because it's very critical. If you get the wrong person, it's very difficult to part company. So do a careful analysis, number of years in the business, other lines carried, his growth, profit record, financial strength, whether he's cooperative, his reputation. When LG came to Sri Lanka, they would have done a thorough understanding of Abans. Now, McDonald's and Burger King, you know, they work through franchisees. The McDonald's franchisee is owned by Abans here, and the Burger King franchise is owned by SoftLogic. They are their channel partners. But for the customer, when you go to a McDonald's, it's not about Abans, it's about the brand. If the outlets are not properly maintained, dirty, inefficient service, unpleasant, the equity dilution is not in the franchisee, it's in the brand. So very important to have the right brand. Whether you want to go and have your own stores, whether you want your own locations, what is the future growth potential of each location, type of clientele in that area. Very important to evaluate all these before you work with channel partners. In each channel, there's a lot of training needed, because if you're working with sales reps, if you're working with a distributor sales team, they have to be trained, product knowledge has to be given. They have to be motivated regularly. Now, Microsoft does this very well. When they work with third-party service engineers, they have a complete set of courses, certification exams. So you have to pass the Microsoft Certified Professionals course. So modern companies forge long-term partnerships with distributors. They form joint business plans for market coverage, inventory levels, market development, technical advice, marketing information, all this. Very important to train and motivate the people. But on an ongoing basis, rather than waiting till the end, channel member performance has to be evaluated. Are they meeting the sales quotas? Are they maintaining the inventory levels? How is the delivery time? Damaged goods, how they manage? Field inventory. Then only, if the performance is not meeting the business plan, you look at modifying the channel. So all these steps, 7 steps, are very important. Shall we quickly go through the 7 steps again? Go back in your note. First one is about the shopper. In channel strategy, you need to look at the shopper, not necessarily the consumer. Sometimes the consumer and the shopper would be the same, but it's very important to look at the shopper, needs and wants of the shopper. Objectives and constraints of the channel members. What are the objectives when Melbourne appoints a distributor. You go and ask the distributor potential guy, what are your objectives? What are the alternatives? Cost goes up if you get the wrong alternative. Value comes down if you select the wrong channel. Right? Channel members have to be selected. It's parting with them is very difficult because it's a brand finally that gets impacted if you select the wrong channel member. Location plays a big role. Then the staff. Channel member will have his own staff. You have to train them. You have to motivate them. Are they meeting the performance requirements? If not, modify the designs. Modify the designs. So, channel
are all these available? Sorry.
Yeah.
So are all these applicable in service marketing?
Oh yeah, of course. This is not service marketing. This is channels for whether it's product marketing or service marketing. These channels.
So it's applicable for service marketing also.
Yes, yes. Now Abans, the McDonald's franchisee sells a product as well as a service.
Okay.
One of the big things in channel selection is retailing. Retailing means breaking bulk and directly selling to consumers, the shoppers. Now, a retailer or a retail store, the whole job is to sell to the consumer through its store retailing. Now, Odell, Spa Salon, they are specialty stores. There could be discount stores. There could be supermarkets, convenience stores, drug stores. They're all retailers. Now you go to a 7-Eleven, what do? They buy Lifebuoy hand wash in bulk in their CPU, send it to all their stores. In the store, they sell one by one to the end shopper. Look at Tesco, Food City, what do? They open their stores, retail stores, and they sell through that. That is a store retailer. But there are non-store retailers also. They don't have stores. Amazon, eBay, they have only a platform. They sell through their platform. Oriflame, Avon, you must have heard about these companies. They sell through these networks of ladies. Then there are some companies that sell through automatic vending machines, tea, Nestea, and so on. Non-store retailers. Watch this video.
Retailing is where marketing meets the consumer. Our simple view of it might go something like this. For many of us, retail is familiar, which makes it easy to ignore the complexities. As simple as they appear, each of these scenes is a construct, the result of careful strategy and planning. So, what really happens? How is retailing more than taking a manufactured product and making it available to the customer? The retailer is primarily responsible for making sure a customer's expectations are fulfilled. The retailer will also take account of the breadth of products offered. For example, the retailer may be a general merchandiser offering a variety of product lines stocked in considerable depth, or a specialty retailer who offers a narrow but deep assortment, not forgetting the factors that influence consumer choice. For example, is the location convenient for the target market? Is there social motivation at play, or ego? Retail strategy takes account of the activities we see as well as the things we don't to create an experience that fulfills or exceeds consumer expectation.
So retailers have to make decisions. Cargill's is a retailer. Melbourne sells to Cargill's. Cargill's will have to make a decision who's their target market. Now, it's not necessarily the Melbourne target market. Melbourne will go and look at Cargills and say, are they matching? The Whole Foods, for example, the Amazon company, their target market is people who are very conscious about organic food. They have to have their own channels. Cargills will have to open their own stores in the right locations to meet their target. And they have to have the right assortment. Destination categories. What is Cargill's destination category? Is it vegetables or is it meat? They have to identify that. In retailing, the biggest thing is in procurement. They make money through procurement, buying at the right price, buying at the right quantity, holding inventory at the right time. Now, the German chain Aldi, there's a huge focus on fast-moving products. They buy fast-moving products and sell them fast. So their inventory holding is less. So they can keep the cost down. So they have various logistics arrangements, weekly promotions, and so on. Prices. Now, some of the branded products are price marked, but you attract shoppers by selling at discount of unbranded products, or not unbranded, but vegetables and your staples and all that. That's what Walmart does. The service you offer, the atmosphere, the communication, locations, all that.
Sir, if I may ask, we are increasingly seeing retailers such as Aldi, and if you look at the local market, Kiehl's, Cargill's, developing own label products that compete. How would you?
So that you can't stop when Cargills become very strong and they have 300, 400 outlets, they will always look at low involvement categories like biscuits, like surface cleaners, cleaners, washing products, and they'll go to third parties and get them made because there's no big technology involved. There's no brand loyalty. So that is where the brands will have to play a big role in differentiating their products. If you take Vim is a household cleaning brand. Cargills can put their own household cleaning brand as good as Vim, but then Vim will have to differentiate, innovate. Store brands normally don't innovate. They copy the market leader, sell at a discount. So you differentiate versus the store brand only through innovation. Clear?
Okay.
Very good question. But today the retail environment is changing. The market structure is also changing. New formats are coming. Giant retailers are now small retailers, because of this COVID and all that, are in trouble, but the giant retailers are doing well. Technology is being used big time. And there's a new science that is coming up called shopper marketing. Shopper marketing is different to consumer marketing. In shopper marketing, there is another angle that comes in, which is the retailer. Consumer goes to buy a set of brands from a particular retailer, not necessarily to buy one brand. Think about us. You go, you do your weekly marketing to a supermarket. You don't go to buy Melbourne biscuit. You go to Kiehl's or Cargill's. There you buy a basket of brands. So therefore, brands need to manage two interfaces. Earlier, they managed only the consumer interface by advertising and various marketing activities. Now they need to manage the business interface. If your key account manager in the company is not very strong with the retailer, then your brand will not get the right prominence at the retail. Then the shopper interface will be a problem because you always sell through retailers. Now this is becoming more and more important when modern trade grows. In general trade, the role of the retailer is less. Retailer is sitting, people will come and ask and they'll give. But in modern trade, you go to an outlet, you give all options to the shopper. Shopper will pick and choose. And if your brand is not available or at not at the eye level, then what do you do?
What is shopper marketing? Well, shopper marketing is the art and science of communicating to a shopper. It's mining shopper insights and retailer insights to create ideas that are going to communicate the benefits to a shopper to get them to purchase. It's different than consumer marketing in that the insights that we're shooting for are ones that are behavior-based. What's going to move somebody through consideration, purchase, and then advocacy. So shopper marketing is the science of driving conversion and enhancing the brand equity. Why is shopper marketing more important today than it was 10 years ago? Really, it's because the consumers are more powerful than ever. They can move from awareness to purchase, in a matter of a click. So with new technology, coupled with the power that retailers have, with consolidation happening still, retailers have more control over the transactional distributions of products. So we need to understand how the shopper's behaving today so we can know how to best influence and educate them, as well as how do we help retailers know the benefit that our brand and marketing can be for their entities so they adopt our programs. So where it was 10 years ago, it was important. Today, understanding the shopper is critical. There is not a marketer today that can just leverage consumer traditional advertising. That is just not going to cut it today. They need to understand the entire consumer, which is their consuming behavior as well as their shopping. Knowing them as one entity is what's going to be effective. Packaging.
So the key message here is that the brand has to have a holistic view of the consumer. Knowing the consumer as the consumption moment is very important, but that's not enough. If Munchie knows only how people consume biscuits, at one time that was good, but that's now inadequate. Consumption happens after shopping. Where do people shop? Those consumers who consume biscuits, do they shop or does someone else shop? And where is this shopper shopping? That is this interface. That is this interface. You need to collaborate with the retailer. Munchie, Ceylon Biscuits will have to collaborate with the retailer because the consumer interacts with the retailer, with the shopper interface. And then retailer interacts with Ceylon Biscuits at the business interface. That's when the brand and the consumer interact. Without the retailer store, the brand and the consumer cannot interact. So you need collaborative marketing right at the middle. Marketing who looks after consumer, brand, and the retail. So you need to have solutions at retail collaboration. You need solutions to increase sales. You need solutions to make sure the brand is present well. And the shoppability. Shoppability means ease of shopping. All these are very important. I have a little extended reading on wholesaling, which you read a little bit more. But the most important thing that is happening today, e-commerce is taking the world. online retailers are becoming more and more involved, big. They interact a lot with customers. Amazon. There's a lot of online retailing happening.
Buying the perfect little black dress in the office? How about groceries from the kitchen? Or maybe concert tickets while you're on the go? No matter where you are, it's easier than ever to indulge in a little retail therapy. This year, the Asia Pacific is set to topple North America as the largest e-commerce market in the world. Forrester Research expects it to account for almost $1 trillion in e-commerce transactions 5 years from now. This growth is creating lucrative opportunities for startups. Take Singapore-based Zalora, which has raised more than $200 million over the past 12 months.
There was a gap in the market and quite exciting for us to come in. And the new up-and-coming designers that nobody have heard about yet, bring them online and introduce them to hundreds of millions of customers and see how they do.
A year ago, about 50% of online purchases resulted from something seen in a physical store. Now that's down to 30%.
Consumers walk into a store with their mobile phone, find a better price online and order it online and have it shipped. Really smart retailers realize that one of the values of being in a store of theirs is the experience of the store and the app together.
And according to research from the NAB, Australia's bricks and mortar department stores are now one of the fastest growing online shopping destinations, commanding 34% of the local e-commerce market. CEO Bernie Brooks says Myer is finally making up for lost time online.
We've developed our own online site, and that's growing at a double-digit, in fact it's growing at doubling every year. We're happy with our progress. I mean, we've started probably behind a lot of the international players, but accelerating at a rapid rate.
For locally focused retailers like the Tang's department store here in Singapore, going online isn't just about e-commerce, it's also about strengthening brand identity.
Traditional brick and mortar retail dimension is here to stay if it adapts to the new online world and integrate it to create a total customer experience. There's a new buzzword in town called omni-channel. And as far as we're concerned, we interpret it as creating a seamless, connected experience for the customer with our retail brand.
Physical retailers are also seeing opportunities in location-based technology, which helps marketers engage with customers while they're in-store through their mobile devices. It's evidence that technological innovation isn't always the enemy of tradition.
One company that has really revolutionized the whole retail industry, not only online, but even brick and mortar, is Amazon. We have a nice case study there. But while you read it, just have a look at Amazon. We know very little of Amazon. So, you know, Amazon is everywhere, not only in online sales. Can you quickly have a read on this? Any thoughts? Any thoughts on this? Are we sleepy now?
I think the first this is why has Amazon succeeded online when so many other companies have failed. My idea is that the post purchase decisions or the feedbacks, they were really encouraging for the customers. By that, I think they have even understand the generational gaps of X and Y, what their needs, and their products are so relevant to their requirements.
Absolutely. Among many other things, one of the things that Priyanta is saying is that they do a lot of analysis, data mining. That's one of their successes. Absolutely outstanding data mining. And there are lots of things, execution bias, they've got the portfolio, they understand the consumers well. When the consumer becomes a shopper, they have a lot of, so they need to know, they know. Now a lot of these sites where they go wrong is that they don't have the right products, or sometimes they have the wrong products. In the case of Amazon, they have the right product and the right portfolio at the right price. And that's one of their key successes. Very good.
Sir, I think another key critical success factor of Amazon is the fact that the warehouse and logistics is very, very strong.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They are very, very good in terms of delivery. They are managing the warehouse, their whole IT control, the ERPs that they use. They can deliver. I think it's a nightmare. No, somebody orders, deliver it on time, and it's a nightmare, first of all, to get the right product and the product on time. Absolutely outstanding IT system. Any other thoughts?
So my thoughts on question number 2 about the Kindle. I think they probably stayed ahead of the game. They understood the next generation, like generation Y and Z. Those people, they don't like hard copy books, like the examples that you gave about your kids, and I think the Kindle took off because it was so easy for people to cultivate that habit. And I think it's growing, and what they have introduced into it, like from movies to games to it's at their fingertips. So that is I think that is going to revolutionize the way the reading habits of individuals in the future, because they have access to so many millions of books. There's 17 million types of books.
Yeah, very good. Absolutely. Targeting, really proactively identifying the target group.
So my personal opinion is that Amazon has concentrated on fulfillment as a big part of it, not just the ability to buy, but the ability to deliver, at the right time. So I think all their efforts have been across this fulfillment of being able to purchase diversely, easily, and then delivery of that as well.
Absolutely. No, the back end, the focus on the back end. A lot of these e-commerce sites,
they fail at one of those hurdles.
They fail at the back end.
Yes.
They have the products, assortment, everything is there, but they can't deliver on time, or they deliver the wrong quantity, wrong product.
Yeah, and they've used technology as the way to actually do that. So that's just something that I thought.
Absolutely, very good. Good points. Some lovely points. Okay, so today in this chapter we looked at more on the retailing part, the channel part, where the intermediaries come in taking the brand from the company to the shopper. It's all about which type of channels to use and so on, and the channel selection, establishing the right objectives, the whole channel management part in terms of training, motivating, building relationships, and so on. And then we looked at retailing. Then we looked at the major types of retail stores, the department stores, the supermarkets, and so on. We looked at non-store retail. Amazon is one of them. Yeah. Then we looked at wholesaling. And then finally we came to e-commerce, which is growing heaps and bounds in today's world, right? Okay.
Excuse me, sir. So what is meant by omni-channels?
Omni-channels are many channels. Omni-channels, many channels. They go through different channel options.
Example, sir, you mean same manufacturer?
Same product available in many channels.
Right.
So you can take a LG TV. It's gone through many channels in terms of retailers, in terms of e-commerce, in terms of direct sales.
Right. Understood, sir. Understood.
Okay, so now we take a break and we come back, and then I will discuss the paper. This part we will not record, right? So you'll have to make notes and then we'll discuss that. So Sudesh, we don't record this part.
Okay, sir.